tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Nice, man. Nice little Xbox infomercial. Right on, viewers of the tube. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Another Saturday Shenanigans, an epic one. First and foremost, I got the day off work tomorrow. It's been a month-long journey. Second, super exciting. Great panel lineup to talk about all things Castle. The one and only Richard Bearded Bricks. If you don't know already, check it out. Massive army, massive castle dedicated to the Black Falcons.
Yeah,
Thanks for being here, man.
It's a good thing to be here. I've been not a guest on the stream, but I've definitely been in the comments before.
Right on. Well, we won't go too sappy. You know, we won't go down like the whole childhood Lego coming back to Lego. But I guess a good question or a good place to start might even be like old school sets or whatnot. But what about Castle, Black Falcons, army building pulled you from just Lego in general to this, diving into this theme?
Oh man, I really don't know. So I've never really built, and it sounds really, really strange, but I never had the like mock, I guess. I was just building Lego sets, and I actually had the chance. They messaged me about going on Lego Masters, and one of the things they were like, well, you've got to do mocks. And I was like, I've never done a mock, so let's get some pieces, order some stuff, and I built like pirate ships. I'm actually a mechanic, so I built a garage. And in doing it, I was like, I realized that Lego sets are really cool, and I will never knock the designers that go just the process that goes in them. But man, doing mocks was like it was another level.
So was the Falcon Castle the first mock, or was it kind of the Marvel City, or?
No, so I'm a huge nerd, just period. And I'm a huge comic book fan. And right as like Infinity War was getting big, it was like the 2019, I think is when I started the Castle, maybe 2020. I really, really wanted to show like just kind of what everything in the comics happens in New York City. So I was like, well, what's an iconic New York City building? Let's build the Empire State Building and then just build a city around it. And I just dedicated it all to Marvel.
That was dope too, dude. I love that mock you did.
Yeah, it was. That was very cool.
All the character interaction and everything you had was rad, dude. It was real cool.
It was like, so I went from that basically, and it was one of those things that I had so much going on, and I was like, I was so happy with it. And the Logbook was coming out, and it was the first time I've ever participated in it. And they were like, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, I really kind of want to build a castle. I was like, dude, I love medieval stuff. And it's actually ironic because to go back to like what you were saying when you were a kid, I never really got into the castle theme. I love the OG like UFO stuff, and I loved like the expedition, the explorer sets, and anything that had to do with like mummies. That's what really had me. And I saw the ability to get the Black Falcons, and I'm pretty good friends with the Logbook leader or the lug leader. And I was like, look, I don't care what parts get put on there. I was like, can you just make sure the torso and the legs from the Black Falcons get put on there? Came time for me to order them, and I was like, well, I had a buddy order me some. I ordered some. I ended up with like 400 total, and I was like, well, I got to build a place for these guys to stay.
Nice.
Which did you show yet publicly the I don't remember because I comment and follow your videos like the progress, but I don't remember you showing the prints of the chest prints, the torso prints of the knights you had made. Have you shown those yet?
I showed him in one of the army builds, but I was actually talking to Macro a little bit about that. So the plan kind of diverged from that because I realized that if I'd bought like 300 of those guys, I was looking at like the $3,000 mark.
Yeah,
and 300 of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the Falcons had 500, I've got to show something.
True.
So the plan kind of diverged from that, and it went from my guys fighting the Black Falcons to them being on teams and taking care of business in another area or another opponent. And I figured that I would display my guys kind of as the, like in a castle, you got to have knights with just the swordsman. You got to have basic swordsmen. Then you got to have the people that are like wielding dual-bladed axes or bigger weapons and blunt objects and stuff like that. And I just wanted to make my guys be like the ones that stand out. Like if you're looking at my build when it's done and the minifigures are placed, if you find my guy, the fact that they're purple is not what's going to make them stand out. It's going to be whatever they're doing.
Well, it's a dragon print, isn't it? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So I, there's the Black Falcons, there's the Lion Knights, there's the Dragon Army, and I wanted to kind of include the dragons because I'm a huge, like I said, nerd, and dragons to me just kind of, I guess, got my attention. So it's a shield that's a crest that has a huge black dragon in it that's outlined in gold.
Oh, that's dope.
And I just called them the Black Dragon Knights because there already is a Dragon Knight.
I just don't remember you showing them in a video, but I'll see it eventually.
Well, the video that's coming out Monday. So I actually on my live stream Wednesday, I was like, I really have to sit down and like buckle down and get more of this castle done. And by that, it also means minifigs. So my stream Wednesday was me like I took apart every single soldier I created and redone them all to where they made sense. Like I think it might have been you that called me out on it. The archers had helmets that if it was technically real, they would have pulled the bow back and hit themselves in the head.
I didn't say that.
Somebody called me out on it. I don't know.
I can't see or whatever. Yeah, they got like the little slits or something.
Yeah. So I was like, I get it. So I kind of revamped the entire army. So the video coming out this Monday won't actually be anything with being the castle built. It'll be the next kind of army installment.
Nice.
I won't say things like that. I'll give people like criticism on like art stuff, which is subjective. Like when I told you do the tone on tone cliffs, but you already did it all the way. Which, dude, I love the rock work, the pebbles you did, the stonework, and the.
Well, so
yeah, I love that.
So I haven't told you this yet, but the reason why I didn't want to do what you were telling me to do about the rock work is because the Star Wars mock I'm building has a huge ton of rock work in it, and it has different colors involved. Yeah. So, like, I didn't want to just look like I was taking it from one mock and putting it to the next.
Yeah. I mean, it looks good all colors. It just depends, It's so subjective, but I wouldn't say something like technically that bow wouldn't fit the helmet, blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, it was true though. Like if you were to wear that, like it was like the pike helmet that has like it almost like looks like a samurai helmet type thing.
Like and these whole metal helmets on top here.
Yeah, that one. So if you're wearing that and you go to pull your bow back, you can't technically look down the side of the bow with your helmet on.
Dude, when I'm so afraid that my brother was a huge bow hunter. He used to make fun of me too because the first time I picked up his bow, I didn't realize it took like 90 pounds of pressure to pull it back, and I was sitting there like I couldn't even get the thing back. In middle school, Dude, in middle school, they had these cheap bows, and they were doing archery in middle school, and when I pulled back, the feather part, the plastic got stuck in my hand, like it went bink, and like it destroyed my hand. And I never picked up a bow after that. I was like, hell no. Like, I'm afraid of bows actually because of that, dude. Like, the end of the arrow went into my hand. Like, the feathers were sticking out of my hand.
But the first one I ever pulled back.
I got a funny story about bows and idea for Richard, but first I'm going to jump into some chat here real quick and say thanks, one, for everyone showing up. One Nation Fanware.
That was me.
Oh, Johnny. Same man, different show. Good to know. Beetlejuice, Nick, awesome. PPP, Scotty, Richard, Sniff, or PPP. Hey, it's all the same at Saturday night, whatever your forte is. TJ, thanks for hanging out, man. Richie, our Toy World, right on. So I think a good idea. This is what I did. Not saying I want to change your storyline or anything, but your knights that you had custom made. I fell in love with like the CMF Dark Ravens, like the yellow and kind of black ones. So I made them like the Navy SEAL of my Black Knights. Like when they show up to the battlefield, you know you're shitting your pants because they're like the combat hardened, combat ready, been there for 5 years.
So that's kind of the route that I'm going, because like, so you know the dragon, I mean not the dragons, the Black Falcons just had that like new print that came out that was like red, black, and silver.
Yep.
So I have those too, but I don't think they look as good. Like they don't have that same like blue, like that iconic blue and black look to me is just like it's perfect.
Well, actually, I was gonna say different. I mean, I like it. It's dope and it's nostalgic, but it's Black Falcons to me. But I like the Black Knight Evil thing, so I would want them black and silver. I'm also a Raiders fan, so that's probably why. But like,
I'd have to reverse his arms around.
Speaking of that, Rich, do you still put crazy arms on your figs so that they can actually do the positions of the bow?
Every single one of my archers have crazy arms. If they are, so my figs are put together almost kind of where they are going to be, or how they're going to be placed. So everyone that's kind of drawing a bow back has crazy arms. All of the people that are kind of holding grounds have the ones that are like, you know how they have the ones that has like a normal arm on one side and the other side he's kind of like holding something out.
Yeah.
They all have that. And then the crazy arms that is holding a bow, there's a way that you can only use one of the arms and it kind of holds like an axe in a really cool way, like something that's like dual wielded.
Yeah.
And I've got a bunch of those.
What are crazy arms?
Man, Crazy Arms is a
Custom
company.
ordered?
Well, it's called Crazy Bricks. The guy that owns it is actually really cool. And what they are is you basically take the legs of a minifig off the torso and you put these kind of holders inside of it, put the torso back on it, and you pop the arms off, and it gives you the option to kind of make more positions with arms.
Yeah, you can go nuts with the arms, dude.
Interesting.
Like one of the cool things they just released is with the droids arm. You know, the droid arms are always awkward because they're just like long and lanky. Well, they come out with new ones that have bendable like joint sections.
Yeah.
So it gives
crazy
you
arms are rad, dude. They're cool.
It gives you a lot more options. I was about to say I have this one that has one of the arms on it, but I don't know if you could really see kind of how it is, like how he's
a little bit
to the side.
Is that his arm, or is that like part of the cape kind of near the top where his shoulder is?
Up here?
Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah, he's holding that funky. Yeah, you can see that. Definitely not like a regular minifigure, that's for sure.
It just makes it look a little, like I said, it gives it more posability. It makes it a little different. It's kind of like if you're buying action figures, you don't want an action figure that you can't really move all the joints. You want to be able to move all of them.
It looks better on the battlefield or in a full scene versus everyone's doing the same motion. I got you.
Well, like Tuscan Raiders, like how they hold the the gaffy stick up. You could do that with crazy arms. Like
yeah,
you could rotate the whole socket. Like I'm actually double jointed in my shoulders. I used to be able to like tie my arms in a knot behind my back, but I got too fat to be able to do it now. But it's kind of like that. Like it makes your figure double jointed. Basically, they can like rotate their arms in all different ways.
Yeah, they're a good company, and the only bad thing is they're not that expensive. But me and Shy were actually talking about it one day, and it kind of goes like anybody that's army building and people like it's not cheap in any means. And you're talking like you've got like a $5 torso. Like I basically got like $10 in every fig I have. So I mean, it's not by any means a good investment.
All quick numbers to armor up a Black Falcon minifigure. Pretty much a bow, a sword, a spear, helmet, shoulder pads, whatever. 100 of them is going to run me here in Canada about $500. So to do 1,000, army, which I'm not far off of, but I'm still, a third of the way there. That's $5,000 you got in just minifigures. That's not parts for a castle, which is probably another $5,000, right? That's just minifigures for an army, for a scene, for your war machine. And I think that's whether it's like Clone Troopers, 501st, they start to add up.
Definitely.
Rich, how much are the crazy arms? Because we're an army, it must get
radical.
I think crazy arms, if I'm not mistaken, are like $4 or $5 a pack, and the pack allows you to do 2 minifigures. So it's technically like $250 a minifigure.
Yeah, like when you're doing an army, that adds up, dude. And then you're doing custom prints for your knights, dude. Which I like the purple. That purple, gold, and black. That sounds really cool.
But it was just like a, I don't know, like it. You can only do so much with a Lego minifigure. So anytime, like, I've seen a lot of people. I actually watch a lot of stuff that other people have shown, like how to pose things. And a lot of people use like putty, and they'll like pop a leg off and turn it sideways and like kind of silly putty it to the minifigure or whatever. And I don't really like that. One of the things that I've noticed is you can do a lot with Lego pieces, I guess. Like there's, you could take that bracket and put it to where the legs are and bend the legs sideways to make it look like he's jumping and doing a split or posing him any kind of way that way. There's tons of stuff you can do with Lego pieces.
Yeah, they're cool. Crazy arms they're cool. Silly putty takes me back, bro. I can't. But you put on the newspaper and copy the comics. You can take silly putty, then you can put it on the comics, and you get Garfield on the silly putty. That takes me back, dude. And it bounced too. You make a bouncy ball with it. Silly putty was the jam, dude.
You know what I miss actually? I think it was Mad Magazine, especially on the back cover. You'd fold it in half like 2 different ways, and you get like the.
Dude, that magazine and Iron Maiden covers are the reason I became a graphic designer, dude. Like I used to love Mad Magazine, the Garfield comics, Iron Maiden covers, Derek Riggs, the dude who does all the Eddie stuff, like
the Trooper.
Yeah, dude.
I have a Trooper I planned on throwing in the castle. Actually, I have the Trooper, the one from Somewhere in Time, the one from
Waldorf.
What's the one, the robot one?
Oh, it's the future one, yeah, dude. And he has like the laser gun, dude.
Yeah, I've got like 5 of them that I got from a buddy.
I need to actually. I never pay attention when those figs. I see customs or Maiden figs, Eddie figs, and I don't get them because I want to make the Egyptian one, dude, and get the Eddie head and make the. What was the album, dude? Where Eddie
Somewhere in Time. I've got that one. There's a guy that custom prints that one.
Dude, I need to get that, man. I'm gonna have to ask you for the link. Is he still make them?
I don't know that he has a website, to be honest. I followed him through Brick Universe, and I know him through Instagram. I can send you his Instagram, but that's how I kind of met him, and I just bought a bunch. Like he brought what I wanted to the show, and I bought them from him there.
Yeah, dude, I have a coffee table book of all. I forget the name of it. It's sitting over there. It's all of Derek Riggs, the dude who drew Eddie. It's like everything he's done for Iron Maiden. That guy's such a sick artist, man. Such a sick artist. Derek Riggs, he's the man.
Saturday, Jesse. So I got to ask, Richard, do you have like the 90th anniversary castle? Because you're building a mock and it kind of took you down a rabbit hole. Do you have other Lego castle sets that are old, new, whatever?
I have like maybe under 10, 15 sets. I do have the 90th anniversary. I have I bought 2 of the 3-in-1s. I bought one and then I seen how everybody was like adding them together to make it bigger. And then I actually went through the thought today. I was sitting there and I looked down because I have like all the sets built. They're actual Lego sets like behind me. A couple of brickheads.
That's I was working on for Sean. I'm gonna fix the font because the ACOB looks horrible in the Castle font, but Castle uses an old English font and some of the flags. But
I think that matches. It looks good, and if we can get some spot in that medieval times, we should all wear that damn shirt there.
I did the double dragon because a couple of brickheads get it, the double-headed dragon.
Yeah.
So
that's super cool.
It was hard to think of something for that, actually. But anyway, sorry, carry on.
I ran out of bricks today while building the castle, and I looked over and saw the 2 3-in-1s sitting there, and I was like, I can't take apart the 90th anniversary. I can't do it. But those 3-in-1s can come apart real quick.
Yeah, they do. That's what I did. I was like, oh. You build it and you're like, yeah, this isn't the full castle that I want. Now it's just parts, pretty easy.
Dude, was that was the 3-in-1 Castle a Target exclusive? Because I was just at Walmart and they didn't have it. Like I was gonna buy a couple of them actually.
No, it's just something that's fading out.
Because
I remember Target from Toys R Us before.
Target last week had a bunch of them. I just didn't get it. I've never gotten it. And then I was in Walmart tonight because they were half off on the Boba's Throne Room. So I went to grab a bunch of Boba's Throne Room sets just for parts and have the aliens for mocks and stuff. And I was gonna get the castles, and they didn't have them.
Yeah, they're there. It's just that I feel like that's gonna be a retired set soon. They're definitely fading out.
That's why I wanted to get them too. It's in the top of mind now because I was like, dude, I've been slacking on sets, and I wanted to get a few of those just to have the figs, and Castle is rad. So, I wanted to mess around with it.
I feel like they're going to be hard to come by just because what came out after that 3-in-1 pirate boat, and then the 3-in-1
the Viking ship.
Yeah. So I feel like those kind of trump over that castle now.
Yeah, I have the pirate boat. The pirate boat was rad.
I didn't buy the pirate boat because I don't like how the mast is brick built. I know that's weird, but
the sails are brick built too.
Yeah, I like them better when Lego done like all the Pirates of the Caribbean where the masks were like one piece. Like I think it's a cleaner look, and I definitely like the sails better being fabric.
That was awesome intro. What up, Mikey? Happy Saturday.
Yeah, the Viking ship's another one. I don't have the Viking ship either.
This thing is actually a mod from that pirate ship. I just tweaked it out and like changed it a little bit, made it more. I made it the Skull Sorcerer from Ninjago's Skull, but this is one of the 3-in-1s. It's a little gappy because that's how they made it. Eventually, I'll flesh it out a little more. I mean, I changed it up a lot. I modded it, but this was one of the 3-in-1 builds from that pirate ship. A part of it like sat on top of like this little cave fort. I've made it a little better than it was in the set. Added more parts, but it's pretty cool. That set was rad. I like that set, that pirate ship set.
Those lights do it all.
Hey, sorry about that.
Hey, no worries. It's part of the Saturday Shenanigans. You never know what you're gonna get.
Never know.
Speaking of pirate ships, the man with many ships over here, Mikey's got I think all of the pirate ships, right?
No, not all of them. Some of the older ones I don't have because the price that they go for. I would just assume mock one myself if I'm gonna do one.
Yeah,
that makes sense. What about the castle sets? You got most of those?
Well, I mean, there's been so many castle sets over the years. I have, as far as like the old stuff, I have Black Knight's Castle, Black Monarch's Castle. I have most of the Forestman sets.
Nice.
And I have Magisto's Magical Workshop. And then I have all the big sets from I think it was 2010 or so, the Red Lion Knights from then. And then the 2013 wave, I got that one like crazy. Like
that was the fantasy era, right?
No, the fantasy era was like 2006.
That was a good era, though, that 2010 to 2014, really.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Jesse's talking about the castle chess set. What is that, dude? That sounds rad.
Man,
there's a couple of them.
That thing's like a $1,500 set if it's the one that has the trolls and everything in it. That thing's expensive.
Yeah, he says he's about to break the seal, dude.
Different actions, really.
Because the Harry Potter chess set was rad, and I've seen people, do the Star Wars chess sets that are brick built, which are really cool, or sometimes they do them.
Yeah, so I've been looking for these because easy way to get minifigures.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They're not cheap, but to go buy each minifigure for $20 used is worse. So
yeah, I have seen those, dude. I've seen those. When those came out, what, the late 90s or early 2000s?
I can't remember what to say on this box. I know the pirate one I think was 2000 and Well, this is 2012. I feel like that pirate one was 2014.
Yeah.
Oh, funny enough, the price is still on the box, $60. And I paid like $250 for this damn thing.
I was about to say, I'll give you $150 and double your money right now.
I totally forgot about those, but those are cool. I love any of the chess sets. Like I said, the Harry Potter chess set was rad when they made it recent, like a couple of years ago.
That was a good one. Another good one you should have scooped. They got minifigures in them down the road. People want them, so they can't go wrong.
Well, dude, that Harry Potter chess set had tons of black knight helmets, and it had a lot of parts you could use for castle, like in that chess set, which was really cool. It was like a parts pack, which was really dope.
I've still yet to. I broke mine apart, and it's like when I build a set, it stays together for a little while, and I'll break it apart, put it in like a baggie or a box, kind of number it, and put it to the side. And I thought many times I should just go over there and snatch it apart because I'll never use it for anything else.
How I look at it. I mean, I'd take it to whatever brick world, play chess with it, but it's gonna get way more use out of it, out of all the shields and
yeah. I totally forgot about those sets, man. I've totally forgot about those sets until Jesse mentioned it. And then you showed it to me. It's like, oh, I remember those.
What sold me about this was really the chest plate armor. So each side has two, like the chest and plate armors with like the actual logo of the faction on it. So for me, I was like, take my money, whatever. You can't take it with me when I die, so whatever. Take my money now.
Mikey, Richie from our Toy World was busting chops about. I know you wear this hat. This is your D&D style hat that you wear.
That's actually technically my gaming hat. It's for when I'm doing gaming content. Yeah, nice. Yours is fancier than mine.
What is this, the Kangol, the normal Kangol, like British company that these were popular in like the hip hop scene in the Bronx when I was a kid. Like everyone had these.
Yeah. No,
they're comfortable, dude. They're so comfortable, man. I love these hats.
The whole story behind that is, I mean, I used to wear a hat like that back in like my early 20s and stuff. And the reason I stopped wearing it is because I have hair, and older you get, most of us guys, we don't have hair anymore. Yeah, and when you take it off, if you got hair, like your hair is just all poofed up. And so it's like you got like the worst, like craziest hat hair like ever. And so that's actually why I stopped wearing it. But I have a microphone. I have microphones and stuff, but I prefer wearing the headsets. And so when I'm doing my gaming content, I wear a headset, and that hat I can fit out over top of my headset, and that's really the reason I wear it there.
They're comfortable hats too. And I actually, Richie, I do have my grandfather's hats that he used to wear like this, which are, I'll show you after. It's much different. These are more stylish than my grandfather's. I won't wear them. I just have them because he passed away and it's nostalgic. But the grandfather ones are a little different. But shout out to Richie's profile pic because, like I said, he looks like a Target regional store manager. He's got a suit on. He's all fresh and scoped out in his picture.
Yeah, he's looking professional.
So since today's Castle Day, I figured I would share a little bit of my history with it, because I'm an older fool like some of you guys else on the panel, and so I collected these sets back in the day when they were new, back in the 80s. Is how I originally got into it, like Forestman specifically. I was all about the Forestman, and then I had my Dark Ages for a number of years, like most of us do. But I got back into Lego in the early 2010s, like 2012, 13. And so the sets from earlier in the 2000s, I could go back and get on Bricklink for a good price then. And so that's kind of how I started getting back some of those sets. Smart. And then the Blue Lion Knight's Castle and all that whole 2013 wave was on store shelves, and I got those sets on like discount clearance like crazy. I just was hoarding them up, and that's really how I built up my castle collection.
Well, Mikey, your Lord of the Rings, your Lord of the Rings obsession doesn't help the castle thing either, because it's castle basically. Like a lot of Lord of the Rings sets. are expensive, dude. So I see you buying the old Lord of the Rings sets too, man. That must get costly. You're buying some of the old, expensive Lord of the Rings sets.
Well, as with the castle stuff, when I got back into Lego, the four themes that I was really collecting like crazy were Pirates, Castle, Lord of the Rings, and Pirates of the Caribbean. So I went after those four hard, and like I said, at the time I got them, like I want to say I paid like 300, 350 tops for my Tower of Orthanc. And I was having a discussion with the wife just yesterday, and I was like, I bought it brand new in the box for that price, and like I could go on Bricklink now and sell it after using it, having it all these years for $600 easy.
Wow.
Those are some expensive themes. Like he just named four of the most expensive themes. Like, yeah, I collect Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean. Those are pricey themes, bro. They're dope too, though. They're some of the coolest themes in my.
But like I said, when I got into them, that was what Lego was making, so it wasn't expensive for me then.
Yeah.
Right place, right time. And actually all those themes can somewhat be put on kind of the same table and blended together to really one big scene, right?
And that's what I did originally. The city, like actual city building, that's why like if people watch my channel, like, yeah, I have a Lego city. It's nice to have a Lego city, but that's like far down my importance, Like I was trying to set up a pirate and castle world. That was my goal. And like you said, Macro, all those originally I just made one big theme with pirates and castle and Lord of the Rings all just like together. And then it was as the collection started growing that I was like I started to feel like segregating things a little bit more.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, because you have sections now, dude. You have all the pirate ships and like
the space, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I was saying this to you, Mikey, before. To tile off where your pirate ships are, if you did transition blue tiles, that would be so expensive because it's such a big area, dude. Like,
yeah,
that would be insane. That's a lot of blue tiles, man. A lot.
Translucent blue tiles are easy to get. They put them on the pick-a-brick wall.
Once in a while, I find they're hard to find here for me.
I bought because I needed some from my castle, so I bought like I think it was 2 boxes of them. Like I just went. I know they won't let you buy boxes. You have to fill up as many cups as it takes to pour them in a bag. But I bought 2 boxes of them.
When was that though? Because I saw in the UK like 2 months ago, everyone was getting them, and then here they weren't around. So
I bought them last year at Bricklink.
See, I'm not that smart, or else when I see them, I'd buy more than 3 or 4 cups. I'd do the same. I'd dump like 15 cups in a bag and go about my way. But
like.
How long ago, Richard, did you get them?
Last August. I have 4 of these.
Well, yeah, I know you ordered some from Bricklink, dude. From what, Camel? Did you get them?
No. All of these are from Pick-a-Brick.
That's a part you can almost, well, depends what you're building in your build style, but even city, medieval, it's a part you could always have on tap and always need more of.
It's good to have
gone through 15,000 of those damn tiles and still need more.
Yeah, and your bay macro is huge too, and like that's what I mean when I saw Mikey's. I was like, damn, it's like 6 times the size of the bay that macro made. That would be a lot of tiles, man.
Well, it's what it is it's a full sheet of plywood that I made that table out of. So it's 4 by 8 foot table, and that's got all my ships on it.
Is it felt? What did you use on there?
Yeah, it's felt. Just went to the craft store and got some blue felt, and it looks good. It works.
No, it does definitely look good. When I saw it, I was like, that would be so many blue tiles. It'd be insane.
Well, and you could move stuff around, give it a quick vacuum for dusting.
Right.
As opposed to having to use a Swiffer sweeper across every little thing.
Well, and shout out to Richard Cranium. He gave me the heads up on the best Lego duster around.
Yeah, I seen that. Is it pretty good? I want to see a couple more people trying that before I go buy it. Because I got a couple different mini vacuums, but I'm in love with this crap, keyboard cleaner.
Yeah, for sure.
But I haven't tried that vacuum. So you swear by it? It's pretty darn good. It picks up all the dust, or you got to like get in there and move it around a bit.
Well, it's the tool. It's got to be able to touch the dust. Like it's not going to just pick it up straight by air, but it's got a little brush on the end of it. So as long as it's brushing it, it's sucking up what it's catching, and
Yeah, shaking it up.
yeah, and it works better than anything I've found. And trust me, if you got a big Lego city, dust is something you got to deal with.
Well, that goop that Macro has works really well. Supposedly, that goop. What's that stuff called, Macro? That like blob.
Just universal dust cleaner, like keyboard cleaner, car vent cleaner. This stuff, his brand name is Color Coral. But I mean, I like it because I can like literally just fold it over the minifigs and it just grabs the dust. Not too many parts are falling off, getting knocked over.
Yeah, that stuff works good.
So I don't mind it. But I've also had bad luck with the vacuums.
I know today's castle talking day and all, but I've actually been doing Indiana Jones building. We got the 2 of the new sets, and so I've been getting into that lately. And I'm sure you guys remember the old Lego Adventures theme.
Oh yeah.
Well, this was probably 5 or 6 years ago now. I had a couple of younger cousins, because my dark age started around 94, 95. And so sets from like the late 90s and stuff, I didn't collect. I didn't even really know about them. I was off doing other things at that time of my life. But they were younger and they did, and they just were feeling generous one day, and they knew I was into Lego, and so they hooked me up with all their sets. And they had a good portion of those old Lego Adventures themes. And one of them, I've just looked it up today, is 2996 Adventures Tune. I mean,
yeah, the Egypt ones are rad, dude. I wish they would bring back the Egyptian Lego stuff, dude. Like,
yes. But I mean, listen to this. There's only 2 of them for sale on Bricklink in the entire world, and it's a 73-piece set and goes for $250.
Good
dude,
Lord.
They had awesome molded parts for those too. Like they would do coffin molds and like the headgear mold for what's the Egyptian dog? I forget the name of like the dog god. Those even the minifig mold head, like they did some cool stuff
to say fools.
But it was just like, it's insane that such a small set is like so like sought after. It's so rare. Like, and I was talking with the missus, and I was like, man, if I wasn't doing this Indiana Jones stuff, man, I think I would sell it, just because 73 pieces for $250.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's gonna look good mixing in with the indie sets, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, wasn't one of those sets that had the adventure dude on a motorcycle and it was like a little tomb entrance? Like one of those was like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
The blimp from those sets are really expensive too.
Was that Jack Stone or whatever I'm thinking of?
Like I said, I'm really not an expert on that theme. I didn't collect it. It was from my dark ages. I just ended up with those sets, and and when I was looking through them and I saw that that's what that one was going for on Bricklink right now, I was like, holy crap.
That's insane. That's worse than some of the castle sets for 250 pieces for $250, $300.
Yeah,
I was the same, Mikey. That was the time when like those links I showed you on Instagram. That's when I was getting into like the hardcore scene, and like I would still buy. I never had like a full dark age, but I wasn't paying attention. I would still get stuff in a while and like have them on my desk at work, or like because all the graphic designers had them and stuff, and like people. I was just always around artists, and they still liked Lego, but I wasn't buying it or paying attention. But I would once in a while buy a set. So. But I didn't I wasn't paying attention to Blacktron or anything like that. Like I was in the band doing the thing, going around touring and stuff. So it was the same time period. So all those sets to me are also like I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, like space. That's another one. Like I had some when I was a kid, but I was never huge into space. I was a Falcon Castle guy, and and so some of the minifigures and stuff, like I still got them and everything, and like I actually have a fair amount of like old Blacktron and Aquanauts and all that kind of stuff, but like I don't like it doesn't appeal to me like the other stuff does. Like it's just pieces in my collection right now, honestly. I don't even have to put together.
Hey, you can always go back and rebuild them.
I always complain about it, but I want the black suit space fig. I have 2 from my childhood, and each one has a different color ink on the actual planet on the chest. One is like silvery and one is like gold. But they like in the CMF we get that brown fig. Space babies were cool, but I didn't want a brown fig. I want a black. They haven't made a black classic spacesuit fig in forever. Like, and it's such a basic color. You would think they would have done it by now, but they haven't, man. That upsets me because when I was really young, space was the jam. But that was like late 70s, early 80s when I was a kid, and my dad was an engineer working on like NASA parts, so he got me a telescope, and he would always buy me classic space sets. So for me, it was Space and Castle.
Yeah.
I was telling Macro earlier that like the adventure sets are what I like messed with when I was a kid. Like anything Pharaoh or Egyptian or anything like that's what I tried to get my hands on.
Interesting. Okay, as a kid when I was playing with Lego, I was growing up with like the Space Explorians, and then they'd have the other team, which was like the Syria, whatever they were called, like the red and kind of black aliens. But I had enough of those Space Explorians that I felt like I had a little army, and I'd build bases and ports for like a little fleet of ships and stuff.
So I actually had a you make friends in the Lego community that give you bad habits, and a lot of people know Sans. And Sans, one of the things he was trying to do was he loves Indiana Jones, so he was trying to get all the sets in box, brand new, just like as crisp of a box as he could. Well, I got some pretty good friends that own Bricklink stores who come across things pretty crazy. And I told him, I was like, if you find any of the UFO sets, just let me know. Just let me know what I owe you. I'll buy them from you. So he like texts me and he was like, dude, these things are actually kind of inexpensive. He's like, I've got 3 of them. Do you want them? This is what I got. And I was like, yeah, I'll take them. So I had them sitting back here forever in the box. And I was just like, man, they're sitting in the box. So I broke them out and built them and it was just like, then I went on to a brick and order for anything for the cast fig. I was all the UFO figs they had for no reason.
Hey, it's fun. It's fun. Might be something I keep an eye out down the road is some of those Space Explorian sets. I just don't want to be going back and paying like, $300, like Mikey was saying, $300 or $200 for a 100-piece set, a 200-piece set.
Dude, remember
everything on those is pretty. I think the most expensive UFO set was like $150, and the only reason it's so expensive is it has lights and sound.
Well, remember the Mars set that had the air pumps and the tubes, and you would like shoot the minifig into like the ship or the base. There was something Mars. There was a line of like Mars sets. Joey Maniac for Bricks has them all. And it's kind of like how the Sonic sets are now, where you blast the sphere and Sonic rolls through the set in the new Sonic set. But there was actual tubes and like air pumps, and you would put the fig inside this little capsule, and you would smash the little compressor. Then it would shoot the figure through the tube, like into a base or into a ship. I forget what it was. Mars something.
Like Mars Attacks. It sounds familiar.
It's something like Mars Attacks. I forget the name, but it's like a rare Lego thing. Not rare, but it's old and you don't see it often. It was like kind of Lego pushing the envelope back then with brick built sets, because they had these like vacuum crinkle cut tubes where you would shoot the characters through. It's Mars something. I don't know the name. Mars something. Mars Missions. That's what it was.
There you go. That sounds more familiar than Mars Attacks. Mars Missions, eh?
Mars Attacks is the movie.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say it's a pinball machine too.
I didn't know that Tim Burton was involved in that. I think it's a Tim Burton movie. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. It makes sense though, because it's his kind of style.
Strange.
Yeah, those old.
Yeah, strange for sure.
One thing that's interesting, everybody is kind of a different Lego collector. Not just themes, but like, what you do with your collection. Like some people, they buy this stuff and they never open it. They just like having boxes and boxes of Lego in their closet. Where I'm the kind of guy that I open pretty much everything.
Yeah,
And but then there's some people that do a combination of both, and but like for me, because I'm always looking for stuff that I can add to our layout. That's where my head is always at. And so like, when you talk about like the vintage sets and stuff like that, like I mean, this might not be news to you guys, but I mean, you can go on Bricklink and like I built Black Knight's castle, none of the minifigures obviously, but all the parts and pieces to build that thing, and it cost me, I don't know, $120 or something like that. And if you try to buy that set complete, it'll run $500-$600. And it's like you can get a lot of those sets for significantly cheaper, if you're willing to make some sacrifices and stuff and put in the work to buy them all individual pieces. It seems like a lot of people aren't willing to do that.
Dude, here's
a lot of the prices in some of those sets come with in the instructions too, and you just don't like. There's like the completionist, but you don't have to have the instructions. They're for free on the internet.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Or even certain windows. I did that with Cafe Corner. I parted it out, and I didn't go buy the $20 window frames. I bought just and you can barely tell, right?
Right.
Unless you're a super hardcore Lego fan, no one's gonna know.
Here's a castle question for you guys, because you guys were talking about castles.
Oh, bitch.
Do you guys consider the new Rivendell Lord of the Rings set a castle?
No.
I could spin that off into it pretty quick, I think. Even like a little courtyard off the castle where the king and queen go have their tea in the morning or go to church or something. I could spin that off into a medieval theme pretty quick.
I'm not saying that it's like Lego castle nostalgic. Do you consider that kind of layout, the style of it, castle? Like just in general, not like Lego castle?
Well, you could put it in with, a medieval theme. Obviously you could do that. But for me, when we started our live stream show, I think it was in the 3rd episode. I met this guy, Sir Lego Lot. He doesn't really run in the circles too much. But this guy is the biggest like proper castle expert that I've ever like encountered. Like he knows like what makes a proper castle like in real life. And so he gave me a history lesson on it. And ever since then, it's like that's what I try to make with my Lego castles. And like and to make us long story short, you have to have outer walls and a center keep in order to be a proper castle.
There's actually a good Netflix series. I think it's called Castles of England or Castles of Europe. There's a Netflix series that I just started watching, and it's a history series, but it's very interesting, and it goes through all the castles and it tells the stories of what was happening with the people and the kings at that time. And they say the same thing, that it's got to have a perimeter and it's got to have like the community, like the courtyard in the middle. I forget they use the proper names. I'm bad with that stuff, but you guys figure it out. It's cool, and it's on Netflix. It's very cool. I think it's called Castles of England.
So by the proper definition, the Lion Knight's castle, the new Lion Knight's castle, wouldn't be even considered a castle.
It's a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, no center. I gotcha. And
even kind of Macro kind of made it, and Macro doubled it up or tripled it up and kind of made it one somewhat. But.
Well, that's what like I did with mine. I didn't double and triple it up, but I took the old red Lion King's castle. I used that as part of it, and then I took the medieval jousting set. I put that in front of it as the gatehouse, and then used the Lion Knight's castle as like my key, and then just built a wall around it. And
Because I consider the Viking stuff as castles as well. They're just wooden. They had Vikings had the same kind. Well, Vikings also had villages with the Great Hall, but there was a lot of Viking forts where it was like they would make the same. It was just wood, but they would make it like a castle, But they would have a whole village in the middle. It was more spread out. But I'm looking forward to this new Lego Ideas Viking Village set to see if Lego kept it to what the fans submitted. I think it comes out in August, people are saying.
As long as I get my hands on it, I'm looking forward to that.
You should. It's an idea set, so I would think that it's going to... The fan submission looked cool. It was very small. It was a few little buildings. There wasn't like a great hall or anything like that, but it looked cool. We don't get much Viking stuff. It's highly detailed compared to the Viking one, so...
I'm looking forward to that D&D set as well.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah. So am I, man. They better not pull a foosball table and shrink it down. And like that fan, the way the fan did it with the dragon, just built wrapping it. And then
that was epic.
Even though I'm
going to go ahead. I'm going to cut you off and tell you that Lego is going to destroy that dragon.
Probably the dragon, yeah. But I just hope they keep because I always complain about open back sets, but I get it. It's Lego and they do play sets, and so it's not marketed for me. I like the finished off, highly detailed and tiled off. But the way the D&D one was done with all the little chambers and it was done well. It was like a mix of play set and UCS style. The dude did a great job with it. So I hope they keep it somewhat close to that. I'm hoping because it was really cool, really cool.
I just know that Lego normally will do a good job at butchering the best part.
Yeah. Have it so dumbed down and all the piece count knocked off that
and a lot of times though too, the people do it in digital and they don't take gravity into account, so Lego has to fix that as well. But this one was done that it looked like it was done very professionally. It looked like it could be easily structurally put on shelf and wouldn't collapse. The guy knew what he was doing, but like you said, they're gonna, if budgets, I would rather pay though extra and have a higher price set to have it done that style than have them dumb it down. But I know they have to hit a mass market and they're gonna try to squeeze it into a certain price segment. So who knows? I just hope they don't ruin it.
Yeah, I'm with you there, man. I guess I'm in the minority when it comes to prices. It seems like most people want cheap as you can get. I mean, and who doesn't want, Lego to not, be expensive? But I would rather get something that's proper and nice and pay a little bit more than get something that's, hitting $100 price point, but it just kind of half-assed,
Exactly.
Well, the thing is most idea sets stay around $250 and below, right?
They used to, but idea sets also used to not have stickers. And I mean, look what they did with the Sonic set. But see,
I consider the Sonic set like that. That to me was a whole experience of we're going to release this set as a feeler to see if we want to turn it into a theme. I don't see that one as much of an idea as some of the other ones.
Yeah, but they already had that Sonic theme in the works when they released that idea set, because that Sonic theme was being made. It's being put out now this summer, which means it was being started 2 years ago at least.
Yeah, but I think it's gonna flop. I think they're doing the same thing with the Mario stuff. I don't necessarily think the Mario stuff does well. I buy a lot of the figs, but when it comes to the sets themselves, I just don't think that they're worth it.
Well, at least they were smart enough not to do the digital thing and it's basically the Mario build your course and put the character through without the digital aspect. They're sticking, at least with the Sonic sets, they're sticking to standard. This is Lego, strictly brick built. This is what we do, even though they have the pump launcher thing. But it's the Mario was them testing technology again, and all the people do, adults at least, kids kind of like the Mario stuff, but all us adults just wanted Mario minifigs. That's all we wanted. We didn't want that.
Well, I mean, and I think it's important as far as the Mario theme is concerned, is to call a spade, and And I believe wholeheartedly that that's not all Lego's fault. That Nintendo deserves a lot of the blame for that as well, because Nintendo always does things weird and different. When they do it right, they hit out of the park. But when they do it wrong, like they had that thing with the Switch where you played with cardboard and stuff. Like
Yeah.
like they do weird things sometimes to try just because they want to be different. They're so determined to be different, and I think that when Lego came to them wanting to do Mario stuff, Nintendo was like, yeah, we'll give you the license, but it's got to be different than the rest of your stuff.
Well, suppose a lot of people, I don't know how true this is, but a lot of people say that Nintendo actually wanted to do minifigs, and Lego was the one saying, no, we want to do technology with this.
Really?
Make it, yeah, that's what a lot of YouTubers say it, and a lot of other people say it. Like, I don't know how true it is, but most people do say that Nintendo was like, no, we want minifigs, and they said no. I totally agree with what you're saying though, because with the cardboard, I get how Nintendo does that. Nintendo definitely does that. They're always trying to break they're trying to go outside the box and reinvent themselves.
But I'll take Lego's back for that. Lego, them doing the digital big figs like that it would sell more to a kid, in my opinion, than the minifigs, because it's going to show like an interaction. It lights up, it makes sound. It does what the character kind of does in the video game.
Yeah. Well, those sets are meant for kids. They're not meant for adults. Those Mario sets are targeted at children, not us.
I found that out the hard way.
But it's like supposedly, and I totally get what Mikey's saying, because he's right. Like usually Nintendo is trying to like always go out of the kind of reinvent themselves and take it to the next step. But with Mario, supposedly Nintendo pushed hard and said, we want minifigs, and Lego said, no, we're going to do this wave of these. We want to do technology again, which we always mess up. And because Nintendo's tech team could have done a better job, in my opinion, I think. But it's, I always thought that they were saving. Nintendo was like, all right, well, we got the Mario movie coming out. We'll do minifigs then. And supposedly there's still a Mario D2C set that's coming out that we don't know about. That's going to be dropped, like a surprise set that might have minifigs in it. That's what I heard it was supposed to. But I thought by now, for the movies, they would have released minifig sets by now for Mario.
Well, it's also there was a bunch of people saying that they have like the Peach, Luigi, and Mario interactive, but they don't have a Bowser. So
yeah, they haven't made a Bowser Big Fig. That's pretty weird. They haven't made a Bowser Big Fig.
I mean, they've got like the Bowser is the same size as the Mario, so never mind.
But I would think they would have made a Big Fig version with the digital thing for Bowser too, but they didn't. You're right. They made Luigi. They haven't made Toadstool yet, right? They haven't made Toadstool.
They've got a bunch of Toads,
but they didn't make him digitally yet, right? They didn't do the digital
and everything else.
So I just gotta say, Macro, this is the first time I'm really seeing your castle, and that thing's on point, man.
Yeah, it's dope.
Hey, appreciate it. It's getting there. I thought I solved an issue last time, but I run into the same issue. So before,
Mikey, have you seen this Pirates Bay castle? Like it's a harbor it's like castle and pirates mixed.
Oh yeah, when he releases his video on his castle and pirate stuff, I'm in that for sure.
Nice. So I took a bunch of time yesterday because I wanted these doors to close with this tower extension on it. So I spent all the time kind of engineering. Finally, I got it to close with this tower attached onto it. I was like, yeah, right on, making progress. Not as dumb as I look. I'm feeling good about it. So then I attached it all, went to close it, and it doesn't close fully again.
Yeah, you've been doing this for like 3-4 weeks now on the stream.
Yeah.
It's
so what I'm going to have to do is this part that bends, I'd literally have to do a little 6 stud wide
extension.
By 1 stud, extension, so that it has enough of a pivot point to bend all the way back out.
I forget who was. We were talking. You, me, and someone else were talking about this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I said that I'm like, dude, you're gonna have to kind of redesign the inner thing that closes and add an extension, and that's exactly what you're doing to it.
Yeah, I thought I was there. I thought I'd like cheated.
You're close, dude. You're real close. You just need to add that little extension on either side, and you'll be right there.
Yeah, I might come quick now to get some time off of work here.
Are you adding
in the house?
any round like corners or anything like crazy towers that are completely round in your castle?
Not to this. I kind of wanted to do some of that with my Black Falcon. I ended up going square with the one part because to add in the details on the wall while doing a cylinder like that was just going to be a lot of pieces that I didn't have. Like I needed like 2x2 headlights and 1x1, just a big order that I didn't have. So I haven't even gone down building anything castle really yet other than modifying this one.
I'm going to need you to stay off of Bricklink for them 1x2s.
Yeah. I don't use Bricklink. No worries.
Oh, you're
I should have my parts from the wall or from Lego.
Man.
How come you don't use Bricklink?
I haven't found the sweet spot, and a lot of times I gotta go to 4 different sellers to get the quantity that I want, and then I'm paying shipping, and then I'm waiting for it, and then they're always asking me to fill out these stupid surveys to rate their store.
Dude,
So what's that?
Those round towers, there's a bunch of cool. Like I didn't realize there's several techniques you can do to make those, which is pretty rad.
Oh yeah, see, I'm on Pinterest all the time, so I save pictures of them. I got some good ones, but piece heavy for sure.
Dude, Oldendorf, for the last time, I'm older than Baza, so he would be a clone of me. I'm covered in tattoos. He's probably about 70 pounds heavier than I am, and I'm about a foot taller than he is. So I don't know how you think that him and I are twins, but hey, maybe because we wore the same hat. But I don't know, man.
See if I got Lego Castle.
Oldendorf thinks I'm like a Baza twin. It's crazy. I don't know what it is.
Baza twin.
No, I'm not saying this just to blow smoke, Macro, but you're one of the few Lego YouTubers out there that I do watch your like updates and stuff because I've been noticing, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the ones that are doing, Pirates Castle and and doing big displays and stuff like that, like there's not a whole lot of us out there anymore. And so
no, everyone's jumping into Star Wars, or like you say, all the new cars. They got to get all like the Speed Champs or the Technic, or
like.
Dude, I've always loved his that Pirate Harbor. I'm glad that he keeps adding to it. Like you had an Executioner video at one point where you like you had the Executioner section of the village.
All the public, the public
execution, man. Like I love that.
So that's actually what the big order that I'm waiting on to come in has all the pieces to finish my executioner spot. I'm putting it like right in the courtyard of the castle. Nice, right front and center, so everyone can kind of watch. Back in the day, it was almost like entertainment for the citizens, right? Oh yeah. We so I have a storyline. I have a friend that actually like everybody for the nooses and everything used the like whip piece. And I had them take a Technic string and tie a noose in it. So I actually have like a legit string noose. Smart. See, I didn't tie the noose. I just wrapped it around the minifigure's head a couple times and stuck his head on to hold the string from unraveling. So it doesn't look like a noose, but it still has like the string all hanging down on his head. See, I wanted him to swing. Smart. Fun. I did it that way. I wanted to start with a storyline of like, why are they there? The resources that made them want to set up shop. How they came across the Imperial Guards and decided to get into the technology and cannons and all that. So with you saying your favorite is the Forestmen? Yeah. So the Forestmen are actually who I've got about 50 of them. And those are kind of the hardest I've been trying to figure out how to get. Like but what to do with them inside of my castle.
Well, I actually made a Sherwood Forest. And like with all the Forestmen sets. So like because I like to like all my different factions I like to keep kind of, hanging out by with their own kind, or whatever. And so like I said, the Forestmen, I set up a Sherwood Forest section, and they're all hanging out there, and then each of my factions has their own castle or area.
So Mikey, your castle isn't woke, is what you're saying.
No,
you keep it medieval, bro.
I do. I mean,
Whoa.
Well, and we do things a little bit differently, and that like my kid, like he goes down and he plays in our Lego world, and so like I don't stress about like trying to set up like proper like scenes and everything, because I'll go down there later on tonight, and he'll move stuff around, and if I stress about that, then it's just unneeded anxiety.
Well, it takes the fun out. I hear you.
That's awesome that you do, like, you let your son do that. I mean, I talked to you about that. That would stress me out, but he seems to keep it, like, for his imagination. That's just rad. I wish as a kid I had something like that, like that big to play around in. But
well,
he told me things that he can't touch.
when it first started, it did stress me out, and like, because I was like, I had everything like kind of pristine, and like, like every weapon that came in a particular set would still be like in that set, and like all the minifigures that came with it would be like right by that set or in that set. But then it get to the point where my kid couldn't enjoy the Lego display, and so it's like, be honest, the Lego movie, man, Lord Business with the Craggle, kind of gave us all a bad name, and so it's like,
I mean, that's awesome. Like as a kid, it must be mind blowing for him to be able to, like that last video you made with the review. Oh, I was just gonna say we're having a castle show and Shy's not here. But that last video with the kid, the neighborhood kids doing the reviews was awesome, dude. Like that. And you could tell that they love that you're set up down there. Like they truly like have so much fun in there. That was cool to see.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna do a couple of those every now and again. They like you said, they definitely enjoy it. And the one kid, he's just in love with all of our Jurassic Park stuff we got going on.
Dude, what was up with Stinky Logan? The kid comes in and he's like, "I'm Stinky Logan." Everyone thinks I stink. I was like, "Oh my god, this kid." He's hilarious, dude.
When you give the 7-year-old a microphone, you never know what's going to come out of their mouth, man.
He like dissed himself. I was like, this kid already, man, has humor at like such a young age.
But I filmed another video with them already, and in the second one, the older brother told him, be serious this time.
Oh, those two are brothers?
Yeah.
They did. Yeah. They looked alike. They did kind of look alike. Yeah. That one, the older one, knew every dinosaur name, man. He was pretty. Dude,
impressive. He was teaching me stuff about them guys.
Yeah.
Funny.
Like I have the actual dinosaur, and I'm like, I can't say this one's name, and he's like, oh, that's Quetzalcoatlus or whatever. I'm like, whoa, dude.
You get all those black Falcons sorted out, Shy?
The other 900? No.
You just want my address?
No, I'm kidding. Do you need them?
No, not really. I had a buddy hit me up yesterday that went in the Logbook with us last year, and he was like, "Man, I still have 100 of these things, and I'm not using them. Do you want them?" Ooh. And I told him, I was like, "Ugh, like I don't know. Like that's a hard choice." But I went against my better judgment and didn't get them.
How much did he want for them?
He has them fully kitted out with like our it's like the chest armor, I think it's a sword, and I think it's like the champion's helmet, like the one that you can put a plume on top of, and a plume. And I think he wanted it was like $8 or $9 a piece. It's not cheaper than what you can just go get them for.
Nah.
So 100 out of that'd be like $1,000 for 100 freaking Black Falcons. For me, especially if it's American dollars.
And
Shy today, it was funny on the Danny show. I was joking that she was at 100K, and I was like, Shy brought 100,000 Falcons.
I saw that. I saw that comment. My comment was on a delay, so I saw it after I started saying hi to everybody.
Well, her chat was fast, dude. Like, it's like Ryan's, dude. When I like, you know how Ryan just mods people that he's friends with so he can see what his friends are saying in the chat.
Yeah, that's the only reason why he mods people.
His old live streams, dude. I told him, I'm like, you can't expect me to moderate anything in here, man.
No, don't try. Like, don't try. It's not worth it. It's a lot of work.
It's not worth the stress on the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but $9 a figure for a Falcon is too much.
Too much.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm pretty much done with buying them. I still have. I mean, I have this whole bucket that has like no heads, no nothing. I think there's another like 200 of them in here, and I'm to the point now where I'm more worried about. Like, that was one of the reasons why. So Wednesday on my stream, I took all my figs apart and I restarted like how I had them laid out, and I'm kind of building them into where I'm gonna put them in the castle. Because there's going to be a lot of these people that are like 100% stationary. They really are just going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I have somewhere around total like 900 figures, not just Black Falcons, but everything.
Yeah, the other ones.
And when you start putting those on base plates, it starts to look really jumbled up.
Yeah, if it's not like diversity between them, if you just stick like 200 of the same one in a row with like no archers or no helmet swaps between them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, I really didn't plan to have too many, like, I guess, like squadrons going out. Like, I wanted it to be more or less.
Defense.
I mean, you got the archers are going to be in the back. You know, the swordsmen, the light swordsmen and everything, the cavalry, they're going to be up front. And then you kind of just like sprinkle everybody else in between.
I'm just going to watch Braveheart again and copy what they do.
But
But I got to ask Shy, other than the military background, like big Lego collector, we can see it behind you. What made you dive from just Lego sets to going full bore, spending all the milk money on Falcon Army and Castle?
it was cheaper than Brickmania.
Okay.
No. What was it? So it was the what started it? The blacksmith shop was like the beginning of it, because I got the blacksmith shop, I fell in love with it, and I was like, I want more of these knights. So then I went on eBay, and I bought those little how people sell like 10 at a time.
Yeah.
So I bought 10, and I was like, this is really pricey for what it is. And then my research, I'm like, oh, this is on Bricks and Pieces, and it wasn't popular yet. So like the figs were still, I think the torsos were less than 30 cents a piece. I think they were like 18 cents a piece. So they're relatively cheap. So I was just like, oh, let me buy 100. And then I got addicted. I was like, oh, this looks cool. Let me buy another 100, and then another 100, and then one day I was like, let me buy 400. So I got to 1,000 like within a year, and then like I guess like I budgeted it out for the past 2 years, like 100 every like 2 months.
Okay.
So
that is the way of going about it.
Yeah, I didn't buy them all 2,000 at once. I mean, if I bought 2,000s back then, I probably would have spent less, because they were 18 cents per torso and per leg. As opposed to what is it now, 70 cents per torso?
Yeah, it's got to be where it's almost like $5 to fully kit one out.
Yeah. So, but then when I started forming them up, I'm like, this looks cool, and that's when the army building started like really hitting me. So just kind of making them look cool. I guess. I mean, I have my own clone army too. I just don't do anything with it. You never really see it, but like. I was always a Castle fan as a kid. That was my first Lego set. Was the Black Knight's Castle. So that was my first Lego set, and then I've had a bunch of other castles before I went to my Dark Age. So it was just an easy come up. But if the Imperials come on there, it's over.
Nice.
So what is your
now you're speaking my language, Imperials.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your what's your clone army number?
I have all of Torn Company, so I have an entire company of the 501st.
Which is how many in a company?
According to Wikipedia, going off of fan made which is somewhat not really lower. But it's like 144. Maybe add another 10, so like 150.
Okay.
Yes, I've got you beat.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to go past a company because Rex was.
Mine aren't all 501st though. Mine are like all over the place. Like
Oh,
I have
yeah, so I
50
do
of
have
the
more.
187th.
Oh yeah, so I do have other ones there, but for the most part, I have Torrent Company because I wanted Rex like his actual company, and then that's pretty much it. I figured at the time, like, what was that for? What is it? How many is that? 12. It's enough. It was enough of 5. It was enough of the box. Hold on, like my daughter's like crying.
Richard is stressing because he wants to have the biggest castle at the next show, and
No, that's not it. That's not it. I just like I don't want the biggest castle. I just want I don't know. I want the best.
Man, there's some pretty impressive castles. They don't have like an army or even a full courtyard and inside you could see, but there's some sweet looking walls and landscaping, and there's some that would just be like sprawling on 16 48 by 48 plates.
Well, we were talking about it on Richard's stream. It's kind of, to me, I think it's unfair that people, when they do the awards, that people bring back castles the same year after year and don't change it, and they still enter for like he's working hard on his, and it's going to be a new thing at the show. And I don't think they should let those people enter the same thing over and over again without changing it up, at least to a significant amount.
Yeah, because that's what they're doing. They bring it back, but then next year maybe their landscaping's a little bit more on par, hotter, right? Maybe they've added a waterfall to pull in that wow factor. They're just adding that one. There's no way they're spending a year on that one waterfall or that one grow farm or whatever, right?
To me, if you have a whole year, do something new. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying tear down your old castle and bring it to the show, but for the award section of castles, it should be like new stuff, in my opinion. Not like if someone already won an award and they brought the castle back, they shouldn't be allowed to enter again unless it's something totally new. That's just
it's hard to win when the guy's top dog. He has a massive layout. He's winning every year, and then adding more to it each year. It's like, how do you compete with a guy who's already been in it for 15 years? Then
it should be something brand new. In my opinion.
My argument on that was, so every year at Brick Fair, of course, I spend pretty much the entire week there. I mean, from Wednesday till Sunday. Last year was the first year I actually went the entire time. And you get to walk around and see how people set up things and do certain things and have their things set up. And then, of course, you spend your own time walking around and looking at everything. Well, every Saturday, there's 2 guys with Brick Mania that I always walk around with. We kind of hang out, and I kind of basically we all talk about people's mocks. And when it comes to the castle thing, it was there's different castles every year, but it's more like castle scenes and not really castles. The main 3 or 4 that have been there are the same ones that have been there for the last 3 years. They're the same ones that have gotten taken to just about everywhere around my area on the East Coast and displayed. And as of right now, my landscaping is bigger than any of them.
How many plates? Plates. What's the dimensions of your castle, Richard?
When it's done, not just the castle, but the whole landscape and everything is it's 77 base plates. It's 11 by 7.
Dude, that's
huge. Regular base plates, 32s.
Yeah, 32 by 32s.
Dude, that's big. Because the courtyard alone looks huge in the video. It looks really
the castle alone is 25 base plates.
Well, I haven't even started a castle yet, and I'm at 28 48 by 48 base plates, and that's just a harbor, merchant shop, a tavern, public.
I was using the 48 by 48s, but they don't fit as well. So like I said, I have a ping pong table down in my basement that I bought because it was cheaper to buy the ping pong table than it was to make a table.
That's awesome.
I built this table right here that I stream on is a full sheet of plywood, and to stabilize it and everything else, it was $130. And I was like, well, to build a table the size I want, it's going to be triple that. And I looked on Facebook Marketplace around my area, and I just looked for a big table. And I kept scrolling down, and somebody had like a ping pong table for $50. And I looked up the dimensions of it, and it's like 9x5. And I was like, we're going to buy this. And so it like folds up, it rolls around. So if I ever needed to move it, it could.
It's practical. That's practical. Yeah. That's smart.
So like the 48x48s don't really fit on there as well as the 32x32s.
It's good to hear someone else say that. 32x32s are the way to go. 48x48, man. No, they don't work. They don't play together nicely.
Man,
it's not.
No.
So like I base like it sounds weird because I have a buddy and me and him go to battle over this like almost every time we talk about building anything. These 16x16 plates right here are like my go-to. Like all the towers in my castle are 16x16 wide, just because I feel like if you made it any bigger, I mean, you could make it bigger, but like it fits perfectly. And 4 of these fit on a 32x32. If you use a 48x48, you got to come up with like some odd plates to like match all the way around it and everything else. And it just, I don't know, it works better for me this way, I guess.
I hear y'all making a building that size, even if you start making it bigger, now you're scabbing other plates onto the side and spending more parts trying to reinforce it.
Well, before I did the castle, I had a city mock, and the city mock was built on 48x48s. And the first time that I took it to a convention, when I brought it back, I was like, all right, I'm taking this off and I'm doing it on 32x32s. And I actually took all the extra pieces and just made the buildings taller. And I don't know. I think I liked it much better. I have like probably 30 48x48 base plates.
Okay.
I don't really use them much.
The reason why I did the 48s from the get-go is when I started with one section, I couldn't get enough of a wall or a detail or the landscaping on the 32, where if I wanted to make that bend or if I wanted to have that little extra entrance point on the side, I just felt like I was getting more out of that 48 with a tower, with a farmhouse. Like my bar, like my little, whatever the hell you call it, tavern is almost bigger than a 32x32 the way it sits, let alone to have stuff going on around it. So
that's where mine kind of differed a lot is I took your reasoning and put it to my use. So everything in mine's built like a modular. So one of my like towers might be on 3 different base plates. It's just that the bottom of it is tiled out and has the 1x4 modified tiles, so it will build on top of it. So that one base plate has like it might have a corner of the building on it. So I did kind of how what you're talking about. I just used 32x32s.
I see. It's kind of like we were saying before. It's cool how everyone has their own technique or style. And then same thing, I could go grab any one of those 48s, whip it down into the basement, build it, take it back up, slide it into its spot.
So do you plan on like taking it anywhere and displaying it?
No, because the shows here aren't that great. And I'm not going to drive something that massive or fly it anywhere because I'd have to spend 4 days rebuilding parts of it, the damn thing. Mm-hmm. Pretty much once my Lego's in my basement, in my house, it doesn't leave.
That's how I am.
That was another huge factor for me is the 48x48s didn't sit flat on the bottom of the totes.
Okay, then transport well. So you plan on taking your whole thing to different shows, or at least shows close to you.
Yeah, in June it's going to a show called Brick Universe in Raleigh, and then in August it's going to Brick Fair in Chantilly, Virginia, and then it might go. There's a show at like September, I think, in Augusta, Georgia, and it might go down there. The only thing I don't like about that show is it's one day, so it would be me driving down there on a Friday night, setting up, doing everything Saturday, and then tearing it down Saturday and leaving, and it's like a 6-hour drive. So I mean that's 12 hours worth of driving for like a maybe 16 hours experience.
Dude, I was gonna say
a deer or something and have to slam on the brakes and rebuild half the castle.
Oh, that would suck. I was gonna say like you said, Macro, you haven't done a castle yet. Yours is more like a medieval kind of like Lego City with the bay, which is what I love about it. It's
Pretty
got,
much what it is right now. Yeah, it's little.
yeah, it's got like a storyline to it, and like you can easily implant a castle next to it or into that world, which I think is really rad. But dude, I've said it before. Mikey's Lego City has to be one of the biggest I've ever seen, dude. Like it puts Jangs to shame, dude. Like the size wise,
I think I beat Alex Noon's square footage wise as well.
Yeah, I think Mikey has the biggest, and then all the sub themes. It's not just the city; it's like the whole medieval village city. It's the actual city. It's all the like. It's still the amusement park, the pirate ship. It's everything. And then somehow he still fits all the arcade machines behind him.
Yeah, well, the arcades are upstairs, but I appreciate you guys saying that, but yeah, it's the city. Like I said before, you know, it's fun to have a Lego city. You know, I mean, who doesn't want to have a Lego city? But I mean, for me, there's a lot more creativity and fun to be had with Pirates Castle, Lord of the Rings. You know, like we've gotten Harry Potter now, and like I mean, there's more room for creativity, in my opinion. To me, when I see a Lego city, now let's give Jang the credit he deserves. His is it's all custom now. You know,
yeah. But your size wise, I'm saying is there's a difference between custom and that. Well, his isn't fully all custom, but I know what you're saying. But your size wise though is like one of the biggest I've ever seen, dude. Like size wise, it's and yours is a mix of everything. You have your wife's doing the Erebor custom mocks and Harry Potter custom stuff. Like just size wise alone, yours is huge, dude. Like huge.
Or decent size city and someone that does full custom. Well, pretty much full custom. Like a lot of us, I hear you, Mike. We get the same modulars. Maybe we expand it 4 times, maybe not, but it's all kind of somewhat very much the same. I'd give a shout out to Daryl from Bevan's Bricks, where he wants to have pretty much a full custom city. He doesn't do very many of the Lego modulars, and he has them, and he'll do a section of the city now just to fill up the table, but for the most part, everything 100% custom.
I respect that as a designer too, but Mikey's is gigantic, dude. And now he rearranged it so he has even more room to go even bigger.
Well, and that's there's a funny thing down there. When you watch the videos, you see like a plywood wall that I built there, and because that's a whole other part of the basement. We have 4 dogs, and so I needed like a dog room to put them in. You know, if we have company or everything. But one day, you know, they're not going to live forever, and that wall is going to come down, and the Lego city is just going to keep expanding and expanding and expanding.
Dude, I noticed, Mikey, you had to block out the sun from, which was smart because you had big windows. Like, didn't you put something over the windows? Like,
no, that's just some plastic, plastic I hung, and that's because that's like the dog room on the other side, and now I'm trying to keep the dust and dander out of the Lego.
I thought it was sun that you were trying to like a window.
Woodcraft has a wicked city. Lots of green in it, though.
What's up, Ninja?
But yeah.
I was going to say, Mike, yours is like a true display piece and play, because not only is it all on the table, all kind of sprawl, and you can access it. It's not just all on a shelf to stare at, right?
No, we don't really have much of anything on shelves. In all honesty, because like I said, I buy stuff specifically for where's it going to go in our display. And if I don't think that I have room for it, then I'm not going to buy it. Or like different themes, like we were talking about Mario. You know, like my son's like clamoring for Mario sets, but I'm not going to touch them because I have no interest in putting it in my display. So it's like, you know. We have a saying in our house: no new themes. You know, like we collect Castle, Pirates, Lord of the Rings, Pirates of the Caribbean, Harry Potter, and then we have our Lego City, and you know, and that can be superheroes, and then now we've gotten into Jurassic Park. We're building a full-on Jurassic Park as well, and so it's just
the thing I like about it is like you said, that some people have full custom cities, some people have just all sets that they're not that creative of people, that they just enjoy buying sets and building a city out of it. So, and I get it. There's a full spectrum of what people can do talent-wise and what people like as a hobby. It's all subjective to what you like, but yours is a good mix. Yours is like a good mix of just everything, and it's huge, dude. So it's to me, it's really cool. I like it a lot.
Well, I appreciate it, and that's what we try to, because I've been doing Lego YouTube stuff since 2015 or so, and when I got into the game, Jang was the man. I mean, Jang still is the man, and so it's like I looked up to him on what he was doing, and and he even back then he was like, if you have a bunch of modular buildings on the table, it's kind of boring, and so it was like. You gotta get more creative. You gotta get the mocks in. You want to have sets, but you also want to have some uniqueness to it as well.
Oh, totally. I agree with that. Especially as a designer, I agree. I'd rather just build my own everything, but I also have sets that I love, and so
right.
It's like, even like I said, from your child's point of view, if I was a kid that had the access to play in that, it would blow my mind. So it's just cool, dude.
That's how I feel. I like a good display set once in a while. I got some behind me, but for the most part, a lot of my buying is it must be usable. It must be able to fit into one of the areas I already got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I have a Lego YouTube impression for you guys. What am I?
What or who?
No, that's a Mayo sorting stream.
That's why I said what or who.
Which I do join. I enjoy the Mayo sorting streams, but it's a lot of I can't wear headphones during the Mayo sorting stream because it'll just.
No, it is right. I try not to save my sorting too much.
The thing with building anything that's like a city or even a castle or anything that's full off the top of your head, I feel like it's easier to do because no one is going to copy it. Or not copy it, but no one, like when I did my city, I did it to where all my buildings were my own. I didn't take any modulars and make them bigger or change anything. Everything was my own, and I feel like it looks better that way because almost like modulars look really good because they're all built the exact same way. So when they sit beside each other, they look extremely good. But if you were to go build your own, you kind of have to follow that like modular guideline.
Yeah, you kind of do keep your windows a certain.
You're restricted a bit. I mean, you are definitely, but it's so subjective. It's what people like, like dude, Shy's has a shelf city, which is even more challenging because he's limited to space and he has to do it a certain way. And then he has an army, which is also considered, it's a living world city kind of, it's a faction of like a medieval theme. It's its own world as well, which is a totally different thing. So it all depends on what you like. It's so subjective, and people in the community get competitive about it. And as an artist, I'm like, that's pretty stupid to me. Just do what you want to do. That's the beauty of the system.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and Lego, you make what you want. That's kind of been my thing. I make the world I'd love to live in.
Exactly. That's why they have the tagline that says
should be a poster.
Well, see, I mean, so one of the things that, I know this has nothing to do with the castle theme at all, but so I had actually planned to, before I jumped in on this castle, I have pretty much designed an entire World War II mock. And that was something that, everyone does World War II, but it's so readily available. And I had showed a couple buddies, and, some of the pictures got posted and everything, and I was just getting ramsacked with people of well, that's not the correct time period, and that tank didn't really come out till 1946, and you have or 45, and you have the battle going on, which technically took place in 1943, and I was just they were killing me, and I was like, dude, come on. So it's always nice when you're doing something like the Star Wars mock that I'm doing. It is on a made-up planet and has nothing to do with anything going on other than it's when Order 66 happens.
Yeah, that's cool. I love when people do that, dude. I do custom Star Wars all the time myself.
That's still gonna bust his chops. It's the wrong helmet. You got too many infantry.
Exactly.
Shy, that castle that you're building for the display, dude. I can't even call it a facade because it's just I don't know, it's your own thing, which is
that whole statue. Well, plays on what Richard was saying, like that whole statue touch to it, original, and now it's kind of like that Shai's castle, where now no one else can copy it, or else it's going to look like they copied Shai's castle, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I inspire people to build it. That's cool. I'm down with that.
It's dope. I didn't even notice that you were doing that till I saw it like a couple.
Subtle.
Weeks ago.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody. I kind of hinted it a few times.
I saw it a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the short, it was like my little one I did with the the Reels shorts and on whatever. When I did that whole little video of the army, just because I was inspired by that song. So I don't know if I saw it, but the short that I posted, the recent short that I posted showing off the castle in the army was like my intro. Like, here's my snippet. Here's the castle. I've been working on this for a minute, and all of it stemmed off wanting to make a video off of a song.
It's entirely crazy how one little thing will lead us to doing something that's just like extravagant.
I used the song like Teen Spirit from like Nirvana, the cover from Black Widow. I just fell in love with that song. I just like this 1 second of the entire song of the it's like where the drum hits after like where right before the chorus. I'm like, oh, and a flash of like just one scene of like the castle spanning out into the army was like seared in my brain, and I'm like, okay, I have to build a freaking castle. The only way this is gonna work. So I literally spent all this money just so I could do this 1 second of a 30-second short.
That's funny.
Just to make it.
That's part of the way.
Like it's like the artist of it, right? Like I like making videos. Like I was inspired by a song just to make one clip.
Yeah,
1 second of a clip.
I get it. That's
right. You just have to vomit it out and make it into something crazy. And then I was like, well, I'm making a castle
because it'll get stuck in your head. It'll get stuck in your head, and you're like, I have to make this. Like,
especially with the visual. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like how I come up with like a lot of the videos I do. So what I do normally is I'll make like 20 reels in a day and then just post them throughout the week. And what I'll do is sit down and like I'll always find like 4 or 5 of the like top trending sounds or whatever. But I'll always find a song and I'll be like, how can something like that play out into my head? And here lately, it's just been literally like expanding like views out on the castle because I don't have any of the minifigures on there. I wanted to get more of like I wanted to get everything down versus putting minifigures down and having to pull them up and put pieces, because this like whole courtyard thing has made me want to detail the entire top of everything, because it only makes sense. I mean, all the interior is tiled, so why not go ahead and just finish the top of the castle walls too? So like now, like it's just I literally shot today. I've been recording myself for the next video of building the castle. And like I was snapping pieces down, building like my last wall. Like I'm literally less than 2,000 pieces from this castle being done.
Are you done with the Black Falcon logo?
Yeah.
Is it done? Like was that? Because I don't even remember seeing that one snip of the video. I don't remember.
That looked really good. I want to try something like that, but like a snot built in an actual wall.
Yeah, I was trying to do that. I was like, oh, this is too big.
So I tried to put it on the wall. Is like but that was the problem, was it was too big, because it's like I think at its widest angle it's like 22 studs wide.
Yeah, it's huge.
Even doing just 1x1s.
Yeah, it's completely done by 1x1s.
They are 1x1s.
Oh shit! Okay, I'm gonna figure it out.
I'll send a picture of it. It's just I haven't posted anything about it yet. It was one of those things that I mean, I put it on the interior, and I kind of like hate that I did it because you can't see it at all. There's no, like, even if you open the door, you can't see it. So I'm pretty much every time that I want to look at it, I'm going to have to take apart the top of it. And I still have that like whole next level to go. Like there's still 2 more massive towers and a whole nother big area that have to be built.
Could you put it like as a like almost like a footpath in a courtyard of a garden or something, so that you can still see down kind of into the garden?
Well, I was gonna put it in my like courtyard. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say you could in the courtyard.
but it was one of those things that it took up too much area. And the way I had everything planned out to go in the courtyard, I kind of needed like it sounds, all those studs that I put down might seem like they're really random, and a lot of them are, but there's a lot of them there for purpose. And a lot of the
you're trying to space out the colors.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff I was going to do, like there's a ton of stuff that's going inside the courtyard. And I feel like that if I would have put that there, that would have taken away from the actual like scenes that were going on in the courtyard. I see. So I put it in the throne room. Like that's where the throne is going to be.
It makes sense.
It has to be that big because I wanted to do the Lion Knights as well. Damn.
I think you could do the Lion Knights pretty easily. Because like the Lion Knights is a solid piece, whereas like the Falcons fray out, like this.
Yeah.
Whereas a lion is just, you can kind of shape it. I don't know. You got to play with it. I thought of that too. I was inspired by
the Falcon logo over the word Lego in a snot graffiti.
That'd be sick.
Well,
like the one that was at, what was it called?
Eclipse Graphics stuff?
Yeah, I looked to see if Eclipse Graphics had like a graffiti, and I messaged Victor and I was like, is there a chance for this? But he can't do it because technically it's a copyrighted image.
Yeah, he's not going to mess with it. He won't touch it.
Dude, Shy, that thing has grown too. When you first teased that castle that you're working on, I saw I think it was like a few weeks ago, a month ago. I think it was in one of your shorts, or it was in a reel.
Yeah, it was like something like it was very hidden. Yeah, I didn't really share it.
And I commented about it, and I was like, dude,
you did.
Dope. And then you, of course, my detail eye. I'm gonna comment like I was like, dude, that thing's rad, and it's grown since then. Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, that thing is.
I haven't posted a video like in a month, just because I've been like so working on it. Like it's just been taking a lot of time.
But Shy, like how Ninja said in edit mode. Like, I'll DM you and be like, look at these figures. I'm going to build this out of this. And you see, and then a year later, you see I have this thing that I built out of a figure that I showed you like 9 months earlier.
Yeah.
So
I get it. I get it. Like, that's why I'm like, you get what I'm saying. If I were to
I totally get what you're saying, dude. You know, like those, when I showed you those like dead zombie knights that I wanted to do, like, it's like, I'm starting to work on it now. And eventually in the months, it'll pop out. So you're always just, it's always being, you're in edit mode. That's just how it is.
One thing I gotta say is, that's one cool thing about, the castle theme in particular is that, like, everybody here on the panel, I mean, I don't know, Stud Sidious, if you got the new castle or not, but, we all got the Lion Knights castle, I'm assuming, but unless you're just building it out of the box, like, all of our castles are different. Like, mine doesn't look like macros and all around.
I didn't get it yet because I was going to get like 3 or 4 of the 3-in-1. What I was saying earlier, how when I went to Walmart, they didn't have it. I was pissed. They should have went to Target.
The cool thing about building a castle is they're all different, but like there's so many, like for instance, we were talking about it earlier. I have no round towers in my castle whatsoever because to do one you have to have them so detailed, and then when you do build one, they're very flimsy because you have to connect them somehow. And you can't do one.
Section for me.
Either
I lost him.
One that looks extremely kind of in the main area.
His audio is like this.
Yep. Hey. Say again your last 3 sentences.
But like I thought about putting it like in the castle, like maybe one of the towers having it round instead of like one of the main portions.
You don't want to do the cylinder brick thing that everyone does to keep it strong.
There's a few ways to do it, though. That's the thing. Well, there's a few ways.
You can do it with
the cylinder plate method.
You can do it with the round cylinders and the plates, the like 1x2s with the round edges.
Yeah, it goes in a circle like that.
Yeah, that doesn't have enough texture. Like then you got that against like the rest of your castle wall, Richard, that has like the tiles on the outside and a little bit more texture. To me, that seemed too basic. And then to add more detail to it, well, now you're doubling up all your pieces.
So that was the reason why I kept mine all gray, just because.
Yeah,
because I knew I was putting it behind the army, and if you look at my army by itself, there's a lot, because they're not exactly the same. They're all like different colors, and there's a lot of movement. So I figured if I put a castle that's super detailed with like 1x2 plates with different gray colors, you lose it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I needed a contrast, so I just kept. My goal with mine was just keep it all light bluish gray with different mixed with gray and light bluish gray. So there's old brick in there, so there's a little bit of color differences, but very subtle, and just make it up with texture and depth.
Texture, I was gonna say you're using texture to do it. Like that's what I did with the vampire thing I did. I wanted to just make it exploding. The texture, it was all one color because I had so much Star Wars light gray. I was like, dude, I got to do something with this. But I made it so textured that you can have it all one color because that's what I liked about what you were doing. It's the texture makes it like pop.
Pops, it makes it pop. Because I wanted it detailed, and when I do when my army starts to go out to war, I love saying it. So when I start doing these little dioramas of going through like different parts of the wilderness and find little tiny small fortifications, I'll be playing with the more detailed versions of what people make for their castles. So I'll be playing.
I actually like that style. I like the monochrome style with texture, especially the light gray with the stone statues. Like I'm a sucker for a minifig solid gray light gray.
Looks so cool. Yeah, they look so cool.
I'm obsessed with it. That's why when I saw your castle, I was like, dude, I love it, dude. Love it.
Thanks.
I didn't incorporate any of the old light gray pieces. Everything of mine's light bluish gray, but I like highly.
It did. It looked like it did. I could have swore some of your gray wasn't all perfect like light bluish gray.
No, they're all new light bluish gray pieces.
Sure, chef.
But I will tell you that like the blue of a black Falcon just like pops off of that light bluish gray.
Yes, it does. It's perfect. It's a good like balance color.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I actually cheated and copied this exact video. I just paused the video and zoomed in, and it wasn't that big when I made it. And you guys are saying that to do the Black Falcon logo like this, it's massive. So just let me here. I'll share my screen real quick. This Lego logo here.
Yeah. I've seen it before.
I think if you do it like graffiti, it won't be as big.
But that's plates turned sideways, right?
Yeah, that's
full on snot. But that's like a pretty decent legible Lego, right? And it's still only like yay big. Like a 16 by 16 plate, pretty much.
There's no way I can share a screen, is there?
Dude, speaking of that, the graffiti, I'm so bummed I missed who did. I think it was Eclipse Graphics that did the little printed Krylon. He made the little cylinder tiles. He did Krylon graffiti cans. Like
I remember that.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
I'm so pissed because that's like when I grew up on graffiti. Krylon was the company, like that was the brand, and he did a little Lego version.
If he does it, if there's enough demand, he'll do it again. Just gotta ask him.
And he's into graffiti too, so I would think he would do it again, dude. Like,
you're right.
I would buy it, dude.
Sorry, my kids are running around. I'm the only parent in my house right now. Sorry.
So I'm gonna head on out of here, guys.
Cheers, Mikey. Thanks for coming, hanging out, and explaining everything and sharing some of your passion with us.
For sure, man. And I'll have to come on again. It was fun.
Hey, Mikey.
Yeah.
Do some updated all your pirate collections together from like not from 5 years ago, but updated.
Well, I actually have a pirate video coming out. It's done. I release new videos Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and it'll make the rotation one of these days. But yeah, I got an updated pirate one coming up.
So, Mikey, when are you releasing it?
Nice. He said one of these days.
Dad joke.
It'll be in the next couple of weeks, man.
Happy Saturday.
Like I see what's going on is I go out of town. I spend most of the summer gone, and so right now as we're sitting in April and coming up on May, I have to get a backlog of content so the channel keeps going.
Yeah, so you can keep it going.
While I'm not around, and so that's why it's like, I know you want to see the pirates or this or that, but it's coming. But like I can't rush it out because I gotta have a good amount of content coming. But all right, everyone, it's been fun.
Take care, stay safe.
Yeah.
Have some fun for me.
For sure, man. For sure.
You put that back up. Was that who had that up? Macro? Was that you?
Yeah,
that's Richard's
banner.
So that's the one I was thinking of, but I seen that And same thing, I want it on like a wall. So I was really going to stress myself out and try and do it the sideways brick technique.
Oh, I mean, you could do it like you could build it with plates and just use like that number of plates and build it, and I'm sure it would turn out fine. I just
I like the way this looks though.
I just wanted it to be like a on the floor versus on a wall type thing.
Yeah, that
The
looks
one you did, Richard, was
right
dope
after
on the
your
floor.
drawbridge opens up or something.
Yeah, the one that
That's
Richard did on the floor was really dope.
That is cool.
That looks so dope.
You can
So
do
the
that.
only-
You can
the
do it on
only
the
thing-
side. You can do it on the side if you use the like the brickheads, the four what are the snot bricks that are in brickheads. The you know what I'm talking about, the 2x4, 4x whatever. The main
bracket pieces.
no
Brick bracket?
the 4x2s or whatever snot sides. If you just
Oh
build a
yeah,
wall,
yeah.
you could tile the side wall with it. You could.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I tried doing that just to play with it, and there was a gap.
There will be gaps, but you
Yeah.
have to. There's a way to like get around the gaps, but that gets a little more advanced. But it can be done.
Oh, you have to build like a wall of funny thickness, use those bricks you were talking about, and then plate it off. I've done it in like a cyberpunk type build. It'll still be flush with the rest of the tiles, but it takes a little bit of work unless you got studio or something to play around with it.
Well,
So
the
wait,
problem
what are you
with
doing,
doing
putting
it
a
on the
plate
side and
over?
doing it with those bricks that he said is if you do it with a bracket piece and you try to stack the brackets on top of each other, the tiles hit. So then if you put a plate in between them, that actually spreads them out to where it has like this like minute little gap in it and they don't lay flush. Because the bracket pieces themselves are like a quarter of a thickness bigger than a normal plate.
Yeah, because that was the problem I was getting when I was actually trying to do this. When I realized it was just too big, because I was trying to do this exact thing, but with just all light bluish gray, just raised. So like if you like from far away, you won't see it until you come like right up close, and you're like, oh snaps, there's a Black Falcon logo, like just kind of bumped out as texture, but it was just too big.
You have to use jumpers, plates, and those little. And it gets really nerdy.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
Even
I'm
for
gonna try
me,
it for my
it's
TV.
like- Here we
And I
go.
mean,
Here's
you
some
can-
jumpers.
You could build it with plates and just have it like on the side of a wall. The only thing I would feel like that might do is down the middle where you have to split the colors. It might ruin like the strength of it. You would definitely have to tie it in with the other plates around it. That might be something that I could even do. But see, the thing is like, so I'll switch over real quick. This right here is all I have left to build of the castle.
That's it.
Then
That's
you're
all.
done? Are you gonna rip it apart and redo it, or just add the village to it?
No. The village is going to be completely separate. The village is out in front, but like
Nice.
this right here sits on top of that next area, and then this sits on top of it, and then it's done.
What's
And
the
the castle's
dimensions again?
done.
What's the dimensions again, Richard? Because it's fucking huge.
The castle itself is 25 base plates, but I don't know. It's 5 by 5.
Well,
But I
the
don't know
entire,
how high it is.
the
Because
entire
technically,
thing.
like this right here is, I mean, this right here in itself is probably like another 2.5 foot tall.
No, I'm saying the footprint though, like just the footprint, not just the castle, your entire thing.
Oh, it's 11 base plates long and 7 wide.
Yeah, that's big, dude.
That's huge, man.
So it's like this right here is what I done, like this little area to get away from doing the round tower. I feel like this just adds enough kind of little bit of hint of it being round than completely making it over detailed.
Just breaks up that square blockiness. I like that.
Yeah.
It looks cool. I love it, dude. And then
That's
the bottom, the way the bottom trim sucks it into, it was that little cone in the bottom, just so like a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
And then
Yeah,
I
that's dope.
thought about maybe doing the same top to this tower, but I'm really not sure.
And on those walls, are you going to do like the snot technique where you have a few that are just popping out like you did last time?
Yeah. I just built it like this in studio,
Yeah,
so I
for
wouldn't have to
structure.
worry about
The structure. I got you.
Yeah.
That's why I asked, because those blank walls in the back, I know you're going to do have a few bricks here and there that are popping out sporadically to give it
Yeah.
texture.
Yeah, it's gonna stay that detail. So technically, when you look down on this right here, that banner is gonna lay right here.
Sick.
Dude, what you need to do is for a YouTube video is you need to get like a flatbed truck or a bulldozer and drop test it with that. Pick it up with like the front of a bulldozer and drop test it.
I'll be honest with you. There is a picture that I will not post, but when I was putting those dots on there, so I had the whole like side of my castle where there was still no wall. I laid down across it and it held my weight.
Damn.
I mean, it should, dude. You
That's pretty ballsy just to even come up with that idea and try it down.
Well, it was definitely like I was afraid that the ping pong table, because it doesn't have like very much support in the middle of it. Other than like so when you like fold it up, the like wheels kind of come off the ground and these like things go down. And I was afraid the ping pong table was going to go, much less that, but it held my weight. And then the top part that all of this is going to sit on, this right here, this big piece and this big piece together I've built, and I put about 20 pounds on it and held it, and it didn't bend. So it's nice. I mean, it's sturdy for right now. I'm still not drop testing it though.
No, yeah, I mean, you would need a bulldozer, like I said. It's so big. To this day, Butt Chop still, and I'm so mad that I tore this little mock apart. It's really old, but I did this little Dark Wizard's lair, and it was like a tiny little vignette. It was this crystal ball, and like this is so old. This is like when I first started the page, but I would take the little hidden side heads and do little like inside jars. These little like. So it's like a demon.
That's what
and I put them on the wall, and there's like an eyeball in there and all this stuff. And
got a Falcon one.
To this day, Butt Chop's like, "Why did you tear that apart?" And like, it was when I first started, so I didn't have parts, and I wanted to build something else. But I'm gonna do like a whole tower and castle. Like Shy saw some figures that I want to do, like the evil tower, but that's gonna be part of it. Is that? But I still regret it because I haven't built a castle yet myself, and.
You're gonna have so much fun building a castle.
So this was I was thinking of. You guys tell me if I'm on crack. If you wanted that in a wall, Richard, you might have to make the walls twice as thick. You get a jumper. You get these bad boys on there. Slap a plate on it. You'd have to do some finicky so that this plate is set back from the next brick just a hair. So when you tile it all off, it's flush. But you'd essentially have a whole wall where one of these 16 by 16 plates would clip into.
It's a lot of Lego math, but yeah, he's right.
It is a lot of Lego math.
Well, see that. So I even built it in studio. Like, how the new, I was just saying that I didn't like it, but the new pirate ship has like the sails are made out of plates.
Yeah.
I did that in studio and created like a big waving flag and was going to hang it down. But it just looks really bad. With all the other flags that I have that are like actually like printed fabric, like it just didn't look right.
Okay, good to know. Hey, if you've been playing with it, you tried it, you're 10 steps ahead of where I'm at.
I mean, honestly, like if I could put it anywhere, like I have enough of the fabric flags that are going on the outside of the castle, you're going to get what it is anyway. True. I just don't know that. I don't know that would really be seen.
I think it looks better on the floor, though. To be honest, I'm just saying it can be done on a wall. It's going to take a lot of Lego math and like to do it with the snot bricks and jumpers and plates. You have to mix it all together to fill in those little gaps. But on the floor, the way you did it, it's like it's an accent piece when you walk in. I like it, like the way you did it.
Yeah, I like the way it looks.
It almost looks perfect with the rounded edges with those dots.
It can be done on the wall.
Like the thumbnail. Like the thumbnail to the stream, where Bearded Bricks' images in the middle over the gate there. That's just how I picture a Black Falcon logo, or really Lion Knight's logo, any logo on a castle.
But it could be done on the wall. It's a lot of Lego math because you have to use, and it would actually have depth to it because you have to kind of stack things out. Yeah. So
when you're putting it, Richard, is that like the king's quarters or what?
So when you walk through I put a lot of thought into it because I wanted it to be like pretty, I guess like a castle would have been built almost. So if you have a king and you have a throne room, you really don't want there to be any kind of entrance to get to him other than one way. Like, if you have it in the middle of a hall where there's like 7 different entrances, there's a lot of ways you can get to the king to kill him. Yeah. So what I did was kind of, you walk into the main hall and it's kind of like a trophy room / like Like there's a bunch of skulls hanging on the wall of like dead. Like I've got a Triceratops, a mammoth. I think there's like a T-Rex, and but the T-Rex was made to look like a dragon. And I put it to where you like walk in and there's the main hall there and everything where you would like eat. And then you have to walk upstairs to where there's only one entrance to the throne room. And then the throne room is how you get to the next level, which is like his living quarters. And then on top of that is the towers. And the towers will be stuff like where they have, there's going to be an alchemy room up there. There's going to be like a couple other little things that are kind of, I guess, Easter eggs that are hidden. And then everything else, like for living for some of the like army and everything else, is going to be out in the field that I'm doing in front of the castle.
Right on. Sounds fun. I'm just trying to get a visual
The
here.
only thing that I wish I would have done, and I've toyed with the idea of cutting back in some of the land and adding it out there, is I really wish that. So I have a custom ship that I've built like a long time ago. And it has no, like the sails on it are just black sails. It has nothing like crazy that kind of has any kind of insignias in it. And I thought about throwing it in there. The only problem is the way it's built, it would look like it is sitting on top of the water and not sunk down in some. So I would have to build the water up and then put it down in. But I really wish I had a ship somewhere.
Dude, the other thing too, if you did it the way like those plates on the side, the way that Lego graffiti, the Lego logo was done, it wouldn't be as rounded off as the way you did it on the floor, because you would.
No, it wouldn't be very jagged. That's a good point.
You wouldn't get the rounded little curves on the wings like you got on the floor, unless you did it that crazy Lego snot math way I said, where you use like plates, jumpers, and those brickhead like 2x4 brickhead snot bricks. But
I think if you build it out of plates, it's going to look like an 8-bit thing. It's not going to look.
It does. That's what I mean. It's going to look 8-bit compared to the tiles you use that have like curvature to them.
The view with the droop. Yeah, I hear you on that. Where the graffiti, you can kind of take the paint down and stuff. It's not as like logo defined, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way you did it on the floor.
The floor looks dope.
I seen your video, Shy, where you said you were only going to buy one of the Falconeers, and now you got like 9 of them.
Yeah. So Amber Lion sent me some recently, same with Hive, but I found a bunch at a store in like Central Cali that they feel the bags for you. They sell them like they're sealed, but they feel the bags. So they sell them on the, like they're all hanging on the wall, and you just tell them which one you want out of the chart. So I'm like, how many black Falconers do you have? And they're like, well, it looks like we have 7. Do you want all 7? I'm like, yeah, I'll take them.
Of course.
So that's what I did.
Cool.
I changed every archer in my army is using that layout. They all have like the one brown glove and everything else.
Okay.
That's cool, because some of the Lego stores will feel the bags for you, and some won't. It just depends.
Oh yeah, they're not supposed to here in California.
Yeah, they're not supposed to.
They're not-
Anyway.
I don't-
Choose Panda. I like those that series. Just the orcs and the Falconeers were in that bag within the bag.
Yeah, the crinkle bag, dude. They were
Yeah,
easy
that's
to
nice
find.
to feel.
Yeah,
That's how I got the orcs. Was I mean, I think I'm up to 25 orcs.
Nice.
yeah. They were so easy to find.
I finally got my barding.
You finally got it.
I finally got it. I was like,
Dude,
oh my gosh.
This brings up the subject that I said it in Richard's comments, dude. I'm so done with Lego online, because even sets, if I pre-order a set, I get it 2 weeks later when I could have got it in a store. Like they're so slow with shipping lately, dude. And hopefully this factory they're putting in
Hopefully the factory
helps. But I get with the on the digital pad wall, it's going to take a long time. I get that. That's normal. But sets, to me, like if I pre-order a set, and it takes them 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get it to me when I already see it in stores. That makes me mad, because it's like, dude, I pre-ordered this thing day one. It should be shipped, and I should get it within a few days. And it's 3 weeks.
Amazon. Contact Amazon.
So the Bardings are the first time I've ever had any problems ordering or like getting anything, and it wasn't the fact that it took so long that was annoying. It was that like I ordered them, it like within the same hour that like 15 other people had ordered them, And like they were all like, yeah, I got mine. And like Lego never reached out. They never were like, hey. And then when I called them, they were like, well, we really don't know what happened. Then I ended up getting another, like I called someone else and they were like, oh, well, when you ordered them, apparently your order got processed when they were on back order and we were out of them. And it was just like it was a whole ordeal. And then they told me that like what was really weird is people were going back and ordering more when they came available. And then they were getting those orders before I was getting my original order.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, I just hold Lego accountable, and then great things work out. Like they send me twice the Bardings that they were supposed to.
Yeah. That does happen.
I was gonna say that's what I get about the digital pad wall, like how the macro gets double because they screw the order. I get that.
We all got double though, didn't we?
What?
Didn't we all end up getting double?
I didn't get double. No,
I did.
I got double Black Falcons, so I don't have to buy.
If they don't have a tracking number, so a lot of times they'll send the gift with purchase. They'll show up to my house in 2 days, but they don't send the tracking number on their pieces. They say the pieces for the non-bestsellers are going to take 40 days.
Yeah.
So 44 days.
Business days. 44.
Yeah.
Business days.
Yeah, that's right. Business days. So that's like 2 months almost, right?
Yeah.
So after that, I call them up and I go, hey, do you have a tracking number? Because these pieces aren't here yet. It's been 44, 45 days. And they go, oh, well, we got no tracking number. And I go, okay, well, by your guys' own provisions and, your guys' own rules, you say if it's not here by this amount of time, how do you guys rectify the situation if there's no tracking number? Am I going to get it in a week? Did it get delivered to the neighbor's house? Is it stuck at customs?
That's
what okay. Our bad. We want to make it right. We'll send you another order. Well, within 3 days, I get the first order usually, and then the other one's already coming in the mail. So I just keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Don't stop saying that on the internet. That is
the beauty of it.
But it's Lego's rules. We're not cheating. We're not scamming. We're not stealing. We're just asking them to fulfill their own obligations, right?
They can afford it. They can afford it.
Half the people get sued for in the States is they didn't fulfill the obligations that came out of their own damn mouth. So I'm just holding Lego accountable.
Yeah, I mean that's a good way. There's a pro and con of that. Like when you order stuff with during like a promo, when you buy a bricks and pieces order split between bestsellers and regular, that they're only going to give you one tracking number for all of it. So the pro is if you don't get it within 45 days, you call them and they'll send you another one, and most likely you'll get both. But like the con is you don't know when you're gonna get it.
You're eagerly waiting. So what I did, because there's extra parts, I'm obviously gonna keep some, but I don't want Lego being like, hey, you could have shared the fun with, So I'm gonna mail out some of these packages and share the fun with some people.
That's why, Richard, in your comments, I said that the people in the warehouse are idiots because that loophole he just did happens all the time. And I get it. The digital pad wall is going to take forever. I get it that they kind of admit it up front. But when it comes to I get mad.
I know it might seem like the cocky thing to say, but then again, like I do believe they do take into consideration stuff when like especially like us three, for instance, when they look and see how much money we've spent.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I even had a Lego person one of the Lego people I was talking to. I had ordered it was whenever the Winnie the Pooh set come out. I ordered the Winnie the Pooh set and 2 got delivered to me, but I was charged for 2. And they were like, well, if you take it back to the store, you can just get your money back or, whatever you want to do. We're going to give you X amount of points for sorry for the mistake. And the person was like, holy crap, you have like 70,000 points. I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm just saving them up.
I'm saving them. Or when you call customer service, they try and BS you. And they're like, oh, yeah, we don't usually send a tracking number for our parts orders. And it's like, well, ma'am, if you don't mind looking at my history, you can see that I've ordered a few parts orders from you guys before. And yes, I have gotten tracking on them. So I can't believe that comment or that statement that you just made. Right? Can't even... We've been buying enough of them that they can't even BS the customers anymore.
Once again, like I said, that part of their system is idiotic. But I just get mad when it sets. When it sets, I get mad when the sets don't show. Like if I pre-ordered a set, they should be prepared and have a bunch of sets ready to go. That the pre-order people come first and they get sent out. I shouldn't get a pre-order set 3 weeks after it's already been in stores. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Shy, do you use Bricklink for anything, or do you buy all your stuff from Lego?
No. So the castle is primarily Bricklink.
So I will tell you that if you plan on using any of the 1x1 round tiles, or if you use any of the like ingots or anything, they're much cheaper on the pick a brick wall.
Oh yeah. So when I need to buy stuff, so when I have like a list of things I need to buy, and I'm on bricks and pieces for whatever other reason, I stock up. The ingots are cheaper. Yeah, I do that.
Ingots is one of the pieces I plan on using for like the top of the castle, and I've seen how much cheaper they were through Lego's website. They're like 10 cents cheaper.
The only thing is you got to wait for that. You don't know what's gonna come in.
Well, they're a bestseller.
Even cheaper if you find them in store on the wall and you can fill up, I guess, a box or a cup.
Yeah, they're on bestseller. Never mind, you got a week.
What are you going to use them for? The roof?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the ingots, the 2x2 tiles, the 1x2 tile, all like smaller than that to kind of create like a textured roof.
That's cool. I figured.
What color are you using?
All light bluish gray, except for the top of the towers. The top of the towers is going to be reddish brown tiles to make it look like it's wood.
Nice.
Like anything that's big structure, like the main part of the castle, the walkways, or like the main, like the two gatehouses are all going to be stone, but the other is going to make it look like wood with like dark brown and reddish brown.
You just don't like seeing the studs on top. You want it that smooth, finished.
Well, I really wanted to like. That was one of the reasons I didn't do it super detailed, is because I wanted it to still look like and have that like Lego feel. But after I tiled that entire the entire courtyard, I was like, yeah, I've got to do something.
Hard not to. It's like water. You tile off a water or a lake in your city, and then you tile off your sidewalks. Now I'm tiling off the grass.
Exactly. The grass I want, and that was like another thing that I did in mine, the castle, like how you have the normal green. There's a lot of people that use like green, and I was like, I don't want to do that. So I've chose the dark green, and dark green's a little more harder to get. It's a little more expensive, but I think it gives that aspect that no one else really uses.
True. I'll try and break it up. So if I did one green, I'll try and do like, if the cows are walking through on like a game trail, I'll try and do like a brown or a dark green. I'll try and break it up a bit. But in my mind, I'm also picturing, I guess, like the colors that I want to see and how I vision the castle and what type of grass is growing around it. Black Falcons are just dark. You guys are just dark.
Are you going to share your build somewhere?
Share my build somewhere?
Yeah, are you going to share your display of your castle build?
It's on YouTube, but
I mean, like,
I'm not taking it nowhere.
Oh, okay.
Too many moving parts. I'd have to come up with like a moving truck shelf system to stack multiple base plates on top of each other without it crushing the buildings or the structure below it.
Okay.
Dude, speaking of moving trucks, I love how London Bridge Bricks, I always bust Greg's chops when he calls that little gift with purchase the removal van. The moving van, he calls it a removal van. So I'm like,
why removal van? Because it's hauling stuff out of your house?
I'm like, Greg, that would be a garbage truck. A moving van, moving goes both ways. You move in, you move out. You don't like removal is like junk removal, take your garbage out. And so I ask people in the UK, I'm like, do you guys all call those removal vans? They're like, no, he's just weird. So I was like, Greg, dude, he's like, no, that's just what I call it. I'm like, but it makes no sense, dude. Like, it's a moving truck, dude. It's a moving truck. Like, removal van sounds like a junk pickup company, but hey, whatever floats your boat.
Delivery truck,
baby. I didn't catch that. I need to pay attention next time he says that.
Oh, he says it constantly, and I always bust his chops about it. I'm like, bro, you in that removal van.
I never caught him saying that.
Now I'm going to listen to it next time he says it.
Oh, he says it all the time.
I've even heard that.
In the last stream.
Now you got me sitting here looking at Lego's website to see if I can get any of these pieces off the pick a brick wall.
Nice.
How much time do you have?
I'm going to summon Leo to the chat.
How much time do you have before your convention that you're bringing that to?
It's technically at the last weekend of June.
Oh, you're
So I
good.
mean, I've got a little while. The
Yeah,
only
that's fine.
problem is there's like I've got 400 of the modified bricks coming, and the tiles to go on them to continue that like pattern, and I believe that should be enough for kind of what I've got going. The other problem is I need like I think it's like 20 of those 16 by 16 plates, and in light bluish gray they're $5.
Ugh.
I got 10
Three
ingots.
things
You probably
really
don't
get me
need those.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tan one's like 2 something, isn't it?
The what?
You said 16 by 6. Wait, what would you say? 16 by 16 plates?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much are the gray ones? $5 on bricks and pieces?
Yeah. No. On Bricklink.
Oh, Bricklink. I'm like, wait, they're like 2 something on bricks and pieces.
Yeah.
But yeah. In Bricklink they are pricey.
Oh, I get some more water pieces.
So it's just to try to find what like I know it sounds dumb, but it's a waste of money. But if they're more expensive on Bricklink, but I can get them in the next week versus waiting that amount of time, it's kind of like the trigger I have to pull.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I must have it now fee is what I call it.
Yeah.
There was a guy at Brick Fair last year who had an entire box set up of it was like a big tote of 16 by 16 plates, and they were all light bluish gray and dark bluish gray, and he only wanted $2 a piece for them, and I kicked myself for not buying that entire box.
Yeah, hindsight, how do you know though, right?
Are these worth any money? These Patronus? I have a bunch of these Patronuses in bags that I haven't opened.
Is that Avatar?
No, it's Harry Potter. It's like a glow in the or a sprinkle, like a glitter translucent stag. I have a bunch of these in bags for some reason that I haven't opened.
Oh, it's from the Riverdale Lord of the Rings set.
No, it's from Harry Potter. I'll look it up. I'm just curious.
Potter,
I found a bunch of them. I haven't opened them.
I'd take this castle shy to a display because it's pretty easy to put in a tote and take. But if it didn't fit in a tote, I'm out. Like maybe 2 modulars or something. That's about it.
Speaking of castles in Harry Potter, someone said that there's like another micro scale Harry Potter castle coming out.
Like Hogwarts?
Another one?
Yeah.
There's supposed to be another Hogwarts that's bigger.
Oh, bigger? Yeah?
Hogwarts Express? What's this one? Radio controlled now? Technic edition or what?
I have no idea.
Well, that's what I heard. Like it's a micro scale but bigger. And like I don't know how true it is. It could be just rumors, but that's what someone said. I was like,
it's the same thing they keep teasing the Death Star. The Death Star, I mean, they can make it bigger and make it more pieces, but it's going to be the same.
Yeah, what that Harry Potter castle, give us some like additions instead of making the same thing bigger. Make, micro scale Rivendell to go on the side of it, or make something that they can add to it to fill in the whole world, not just do another castle the same way.
Well, I mean, they did the playset thing where they all kind of should build up like a playset castle, but that's not like
horrible though.
It's different compared to the full micro scale castle. But I don't know. So people keep talking about some Harry Potter micro scale and other Hogwarts castles. So we'll see. You never know.
Harry Potter's gotten to the point though where they're pretty much like they're gonna start doing the Star Wars. They're gonna have to start remaking everything they have.
Well, I hope they start doing dioramas, dude. Like they can go that route. Like I wouldn't mind some Harry Potter dioramas. I like dioramas too. They're usually tiled off, and the style that I like at least. Well,
I mean, it's like the Star Wars helmets. I think I thought the Star Wars helmets were cool. Like I've got them all.
I think they're cool. I didn't buy them.
I can't believe that they're canceling those.
Ooh, that means they're going up.
Yeah, the TIE Fighter pilot is like a $260 set now.
Dude, here's one reason why I don't buy the Star Wars helmets. And it's just subjective because I don't like the way they look. I built my own, barely any studs, almost 10,000 likes. I just like that style. If they made Star Wars helmets in that scale, I would eat them all up. I just don't like how chunky and they're just they're ugly in my opinion. But like the Leia one, the new Leia one was cool because it's tiled off. But again, it's subjective. It's just the style of like I like. But I think they just look too like the Boba Fett helmet is like all 8-bit. It's like I don't know. I don't like it. But I prefer if they made them small like this, it would it would be much smoother and cleaner in their system, but they don't. So
Apparently, I got the wrong helmets on all these archers.
but that also wouldn't work with all the helmets. It works for a Mando helmet. It wouldn't work for like other helmets.
There's a couple of people that like Bricker Builds. Bricker Builds does really cool helmets that are pretty big. They're just, I mean, they're pretty expensive for the amount of pieces that go in them.
Yeah, they do some cool stuff. They always get in trouble for trademarks, but their stuff is cool. Like the one that Nick Brick Adjuster has at the Spider-Man, that thing is rad.
It's huge. Did they make a
Spider-Man
Pokemon helmet yet?
No, they won't. They're canceling them.
No, I'm talking about. You're talking about
Oh, Bricker?
Yeah, Bricker.
No, he's going down that Mario path now. Like he's making all those Mario characters. He's a really nice guy.
Some of the Star Wars helmets, though, like the TIE Fighter helmet was cool. Like it just depends on what it is in the Lego scale system and how smooth you can get it. But the Scout Trooper, I think, could have been done a little smoother. But the Boba Fett one just made me angry. I was like, dude, that thing looks hideous, man. Like, but some people like it, I guess. To each their own.
They're all very. I mean, they all match each other.
The Venom one looks sick. The Carnage one that was like smoothed off and like it's still Lego's gonna have some studs exposed, but again, it's subjective taste. It's just kind of I like the other style. So, but
the Venom and the Carnage are built the exact same way.
Yeah, but it's a different subject matter. So it's rounded and it's smoothed off and tiled off. So in the same system, it's gonna be different. Like it's never gonna be the same. I just don't like the Mandalorian helmets, the clone helmets. They're all when they try to do the round thing on the top, it's all like just studded off. And I don't like that personally. But
yeah, speaking of the helmets and stuff, so I'm doing that Star Wars mock next, and me and a buddy were talking back and forth, and I've got all those clones, and I was like, I don't want them all to be the same, and like I think I might go down this whole Clone Arm custom like route and just buy helmets for them. Yeah, I know. I was thinking, like, man, 10 figures is like $40, and that's just helmets. Like, God.
The clones are supposed to look alike.
I know, but I just want them to have them like different legions than what like the Lego allows or has.
Okay,
I don't know if I'm going to though.
Dude, whatever happened to you don't see much decals anymore. The whole decal thing is kind of dead in my from what I've seen.
But I haven't seen.
People used to be gung ho about decals, and now it's like faded off. I thought it was stupid to begin with, but
I just couldn't. I don't know. Spending that amount of money on figs when you're doing them by the hundreds is just insane.
It's like TJ used to love doing clone decals, and now he even doesn't like it. It's kind of. I think that trend has kind of worn itself out.
Don't they wear off though a little quicker?
They're stupid in my opinion, but
they rub off.
Me.
I mean, it's just like decals you put on like a model car. You have to get them just exactly perfect. Then you have to use like Q-tips to pull the water out from underneath them. Like it's
not easy. And people that are into that hobby and like the passion of doing that, I'm all for it. I get
a lot of work.
Do it, but it just doesn't last, and it's not a practical thing in my opinion. So.
Those are the kids at Brick Fair that sit in the corner and paint Bionicles.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much fun can you have?
What were those night figures when we were kids called? The little cast metal night figures that people used to paint.
You talking about Warhammer?
Warhammer?
Yeah, Warhammer.
That's the one I know. Yeah.
There was another
Warhammer. Now that's an expensive hobby. Like,
yeah, I used to do that in high school. All I do is read the lore now.
Man, the army is like $280, and you got like 6 figs and a liter.
Yeah, we complain about Lego. Oh, they're another level of complaining. They're like, this is too much now. And they
don't you still have to paint them? Like, don't you have to buy them and then paint them to make them look good?
Yeah,
that's what they love about it.
But imagine if you're just getting into the hobby and you don't know how to paint, you don't know all the techniques, and then like it just come out like shit.
Yeah, exactly. They're so tiny, dude. You're sitting there with a magnifying glass. That's hard. That's that talent, dude.
But you're buying ones that are already painted, which are
Nah, no, but there's techniques to do it where it's not so bad. Like what you do is that you glue them together how you want to glue it. You kind of clean it up, getting rid of all the excess, and then you spray paint it whatever primer color, depending on the color you want it, either black or green or whatever you want. And then like there's different techniques that you can do to get into the crevices to make it look like shadow and stuff like that. So you can either
water it down.
You can wash. They have different specific paint to wash, so you can wash it, and then when it dries, although they go into some specific crevices, so it looks a little bit more detailed. Or then you dry brush it, so you just kind of get a dry brush, and then you start shading it out, and then you do the details with a very fine paintbrush, and then it looks pretty good. I mean, like I said, I used to do this in high school, but like I can't do it anymore.
There's so many steps further. Like you can go in with like the detail pins, like the markers, and do like the little like dots of like paint and stuff. Like I've done like 2 or 3 Warhammers for a buddy, but I used to do Gundams that way. And me and No More were talking about Gundams like that, and I was just like, dude, I had to stop. Like I would have like 200 hours in this Gundam and then like mess up one thing and just feel like, screw it, I'm done.
Oh yeah.
The cool thing though about Gundams today, though, today's Gundams are different. That it's like it's all molded, colored pieces of plastic that you snap together, so you don't have to paint them. Like the new ones,
but you still want to add detail to them. Like, I mean, I was bad. I was adding like battle damage and like taking exacto knives and
like cutting the wear.
Yeah.
But compared to like the old 80s Gundam, like the new ones are you have to all snap them off, which is a pain in the butt. But dude, they're pretty. Those things are advanced now. Like when I saw the new ones, I was like, damn, dude, I almost wanted to buy some. But yeah, all my friends that did the Warhammer stuff, I never knew the name of it, but they always had a giant magnifying glass, and they would sit there like detailed and like it's like they were an archaeologist. They would sit there and like zoom in on the figure.
Too much for me.
They were way into it, dude.
I have a buddy that does 1/24th scale cars like that, and like he runs like battery wires, and like all the cars have like carpet inside of them, and they all have like the suspension looks real, and it's just like he goes way overboard.
I don't mind having some patience for my hobby, but I want to see results. And like you say, I don't want to screw one thing up and have to hammer fist the last 150 hours worth of work I got in it.
I mean, that's what I was telling like No More. Like that's one of the things like Lego kind of gave me that way out of it, because even if you build something and you're like all the way to the last part of it and you realize you screwed up, a lot of the times it's really easy just to like kind of snap some pieces off to get to that piece you have to change.
True that.
Versus just being like completely screwed up and ruin the whole thing.
Dude, Richie, you missed it earlier. I was actually looking in my bins for my actual grandfather's hat that I have of this in plaid. It's much uglier than this one, Richie. But you walked away from the stream, you missed it. I was digging for it. I actually do have a grandfather hat. This one, Richie, is Kangol. This one's actually stylish. Although it is a grandfather caveat.
Is that what it's called, a caveat?
Sometimes they call them newsy hats, cabbie hats. Like in Kangol, this is a European brand, so they may call it a different style. But in New York City, they call them cabbie hats or newsies.
You got me switching out all these helmets off these archers now, Studios.
Which ones?
Here, I'll full screen it so you can actually see.
Let me see what's going on. I like those helmets, dude.
I thought these are the ones that they can't pull their bow back properly, though.
I don't know. I wasn't the one who made that comment. I think those they can. I think it's the other one that they can't, right? With the T in the middle.
Like the closed face helmet? I only got it.
Now who made that comment on Richard's stream? Because it wasn't me.
I don't know. I need to go back and look at it. It led me to redoing my entire army, though.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was Richard that said that.
I started talking about crazy arms. Crazy arms.
My bad. So which ones did you use on your archers then, Richard? The closed face ones?
The old school with like the open face.
Yeah, that's the ones I usually put on my archers with like the little nose piece down the middle.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's the ones I usually do. That's funny because actually these helmets with the brim look better, and they were recommended to put all of these on all the archers.
Yeah,
I
those
put
look
all
cool to
those.
me.
I put those on the guys that have like the long pike spears.
I use those helmets for archers and whatchamacallit, crossbows.
Yeah, they look fine with archers to me.
Mhm.
It's an open face. I don't see
They can
how
do
it
anything.
could.
Yeah, it doesn't affect
No.
the
But if you think about it, if you
Yeah,
were
they can't do
actually
this.
wearing that, yeah, it would hit the hat. It would hit the brim of the hat.
That's why crossbow works because they just put it up. As
Yeah.
opposed to
A lot of these guys, aren't they just kind of standing in the open field and shooting in the air 200
they
yards?
just do like this.
And hoping it.
Hey, Shai, you weren't here earlier. Do you know when this Vikings Village idea set comes out?
I think it's end of summer.
Yeah, that's what I heard. August, I think.
Yeah, I think that's when it's supposed to come out.
Has anyone
I need
seen
to-
any leaks yet?
No,
I need to buy some crossbows. I have no crossbows in my
you have the
army.
longbows right now on Bricks and Pieces. I got some of those in.
The ones from like Avatar.
I guess, but they're huge. They look cool.
The big bows. I know which ones.
Long,
You
they're
mean.
like
I thought they
just
were
as
too
long.
tall for the normal minifigs.
It's cool. No, it works.
Shai, did you order the Doughboy Boys in the Hood figure with the?
Oh shoot! No, I didn't. I slept on them.
I got it
Oh,
today.
I'm glad you said something because I forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have the old Easy E one, and I needed the St. Ides 40 from the Doughboy one. I ordered it this morning.
Yeah, I
Those
slept
are
on
rad.
it.
Long bow with the
Those are
beard.
big bows, dude.
Yeah.
Are those Lego bows?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're still on. All the ones are still on. I didn't lose any of them. Well, time to order some. I need a Black Panther. I'll give that one to my dad.
Yeah, I
I
ordered
wanted
the
the
Black Panther too.
I wanted the
Black Panther
Hooters
too.
girl and the Easy E.
No, that's Ice Cube. It's Doughboy. Easy E is the old
Yeah.
one. I have the Easy E.
Oh yeah.
I'm
You're
gonna get
right.
the In and Out guy. I need probably 2 of those. Oh, the milkshake enthusiast. Oh my god, dude, that's so good.
Yeah, the pipe is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Milkshake enthusiast.
I'm glad I reminded you guys, dude. I set an alarm today. I was like, dude, I'm
Dude, I
getting
totally
the Doughboy
spaced
figure.
out. I totally forgot about it. Should I get the boobs one? The service industry what veteran? Service
am.
industry veteran.
Who's selling those?
Citizen Brick.
Yeah. Has he still got that dude that fell asleep at the party and got all the penises drawn on him?
No, that one's sold out.
Oh, son of a bitch. He's got a good thing going. They're almost collector's editions, those minifigs.
Dude, I collect them because this is the Easy E one with the Old English 40.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got Easy
That
E
one's
with the
dope.
Compton hat. But the new one with Ice Cube as Doughboy has a St. Ides 40. It's got the crooked St. Ides. So
Did you get the lowrider?
40 ounces.
Did you buy the lowrider or no?
The what?
The lowrider.
No, they have it's like a brick built car.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't even seen it. It's on there?
Yeah, hold on, I'll show it to you.
Because I'm gonna make a mock eventually and open it. I don't want to open this thing, but I'm going to. But when I saw the Ice Cube one, I was like, dude, I gotta get it to go with this because it has another 40 on it. Dude. I literally set an alarm to make sure I got it. Oh, that's pretty dope, dude. That's real dope.
Yeah. Well, it has Eminem, Tupac, and I don't know who the cholos are supposed to be.
They're just cholos.
Yeah, I thought there would be somebody. I had to ask my wife. I'm like, hey, what Latino rappers are these? And she couldn't think about them. But like for the most part, it's Eminem because he has the spaghetti on his
Yeah, I've seen that. The cholos though kind of just look like cholo style.
look at Cholo. It's pretty dope. It goes up and down. I was gonna do a video with this, so I had a video plan for this, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna do it because I'm gonna go. I was supposed to go up to like one of my local lowrider clubs and ask them to jump me. I was gonna do something stupid like that, but I don't know if I'm gonna. I have to ask one of my friends to do it.
Hopefully, they send me another one of these stickers.
That's cool. I love that.
That's funny. You mind me asking, was that lowrider set expensive?
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't that bad.
It's
Nice.
expensive. Don't lie, Shy.
It was no, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. So I bought the strip club for like $600, and like it retail for like 200. On the aftermarket, it goes past 1,000, like almost 2,000 now, or probably cheaper now. But then, so this eventually is gonna.
Oh, yeah.
double. Citizen Brick, like their stuff doubles and doesn't. You know what I mean? They're just go crazy.
Oh yeah, that Easy E fig is like $100 now, dude. That's why I'm afraid to open it, but I want to make a mock with it, especially when I get the Doughboy figure. Like I got to do something with it.
I really want that leather face, but I don't see spending like the $150 for it.
Yeah. Do I have the other face? I'll sell you mine if I can find it. It's not.
Because I know Fick and Brick had like one of them, and he was like, "I think I got another one. If I find it, I'll sell it to you." But
I'll look for mine. Yeah, I'll look for mine. If I don't want mine, so if I find
Dude,
it,
I love Fick and Brick because I missed the original Jason Voorhees with the molded mask on Citizen Brick, and he just gave me one, dude. I mean, I gave
last year at Brick Fair when they opened the Brick Mania store, and they were having the 2 war generals. And like they are literally telling everybody, they're like 1 fig per person, 1 fig per person. Like you only get 1 pack per person. And like me, Lauren, Claire, the chef went in there. We were buying them for like every single person we knew.
Oh yeah, Chef is about the Citizen Brick. Chef buys a lot of Citizen Brick.
It's up there. You can buy it. They still have a few left.
What?
The Lowrider. Cities.
The Lowrider? Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
You guys are a bad influence in a great way.
I bought the Easy E and the Hooters girl. I just ordered it.
What new parts came out? I forgot. Like he posted a bunch.
They have a Michael Jackson shirt that's back.
Yeah, there you go. I was gonna buy that. But do they have enough pieces to make his whole body?
No, I didn't see the pants. I just seen that. Now they've had the head before. It looks like a zombie head.
Yeah, it's a zombie head. But the jacket itself is pretty dope. Just cause.
I don't know when I would use it. I don't really care for like all the party stuff.
On the Citizen Brick side, I've never looked at the built sets like the Lowrider. I always look at their figs and accessories.
They rarely have sets.
I never look at the sets.
Their sets, once they're done and gone, they sell for so much more.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna because they're so limited.
Yep, that Lowrider's $250 up here.
Yep.
Minifig, that's funny.
Yeah, I don't see the pants.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Ladies, man.
Dude, I went off on Firestar Toys, dude. I went off on them because they were actually one of my first Instagram followers was Firestar Toys, and they hit me up. They're like, "Hey, you're a graphic designer. Can you do freelance jobs for us and design figures?" I was like, "All right, yeah." So I started talking to them about it, and I didn't have time to do it, so I was like, "I can't do it right now." But so I went to buy a Willy Wonka figure from them recently, and it comes with a little Oompa Loompa. And the Oompa Loompa has the custom Oompa Loompa hair. It's a green hair. Like, it's specifically molded hair. So you can buy the Willy Wonka fig with or without the Oompa Loompa. But then they sell extra Oompa Loompa parts, the head part, the torso, the legs. But they didn't have the hair. So I said to him, I'm like, well, what's the point? You're selling Oompa Loompas. People are going to want like several Oompa Loompas to make mocks with, but you won't sell us the hair. And they're like, yeah. I got an argument with them about it. I'm like, that's the dumbest marketing I've ever seen in my life. And they're like, well, in like a month or two, we'll get more hair. I'm like, then you shouldn't have sold the Oompa Loompas separately. You should have just made it so you can only get them when you bought the fig. And then later on, when you get more hair parts, then sell Oompa Loompa parts. But I got so pissed at them. I have like a Bible of DMs going back with Firestar Toys about that Oompa Loompa.
Makes sense, all right.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Don't sell Oompa Loompa parts if you can't get the hair. Because people want to they want to army build Oompa Loompas for a mock. Like, so I don't know. But they said they're going to get more. So hopefully, because I told them, I'm like, so basically I got to buy 8 Willy Wonkas to get 8 Oompa Loompas. And I got to sell 7 Willy Wonkas. Like, that's not cool. But it is what it is.
Boy in the Hood. Too funny. Service industry veteran. Girl, that's too funny.
The Firestar Toys Willy Wonka fig was dope, though. I mean, I had to get it. It was dope. Had the hat with the hair mold. It had the golden ticket, a gobstopper. Like it's done very well. And the Oompa Loompas are done well too. They just screwed up.
Isn't Firestar fake Lego though?
I don't know, actually. I think it's printed on real Lego, but I'm not sure.
You talking about Firestar minifigs?
Firestar Toys, yeah.
Yeah, they're Lego.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's real Lego. And they own Minifigs.com is also the sister company to them.
Yeah, I bought all their zombie figs. Hey, sorry, my daughter's like making fart noises. what's it called? They are starting to sell stuff from like other brands, from from China and stuff like that add as accessories to the stuff, like Lionel bricks with really crazy looking figs. So they're starting to sell their accessories. It's pretty sick. That's a good way to get it.
Dude, I have no idea how they felt. Like literally, they were one of my first Instagram followers, and I do not know. Like they hit me up and they're like, "Hey, you're a designer. You're a graphic designer. Can you do toys for us?" And I was like, "How do these people even know this, man?" Like, it baffled me. I was like, how? They must have. One of them must be a Raiders fan or something, and saw like me posting things. I have no idea how they hit me up, and I was like, "This is really weird," but their stuff is cool. I like their stuff. It's really cool.
Ooh, I don't know how to miss out.
Hey, Shy, do you remember what part number that long, or do you remember how much that longbow was on Lego's website?
No, does it not pop up?
I don't know. I want to see if it's worth me just getting off of Bricklink.
I don't know on the top of my head.
Everyone's having fun.
They should be, if you just type in weapon, I think they pop up.
Or where did I thought I seen them today? I was looking at like hand tools or something, minifig tools.
It always annoys me when I'm looking for horses there. You type in horse and it doesn't pop up, but you have to type in animal to get the horse.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Oh, Shy, when I ordered the Doughboy fig, I ordered the Domino's tiles. Domino, motherfucker.
Oh,
I ordered Domino's.
Okay, cool. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, dude, I'm making a mock of that, dude. They're gonna be playing dominoes. Of course, they're gonna be playing dominoes, man. I lived in Cali. I know what the fuck is up.
Oh my god, I gotta do that. Okay.
As soon as I ordered it, I ordered dominoes because I was like, dude, I gotta live in LA. I live in Oakland. I know the domino game.
You could totally make a hood thing, dude. Go on. Oh, it's gonna be sick.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna do a dope mock, man. I ordered a bunch of dominoes.
They play dominoes more than dice, or what?
Oh, they do dice too, but dominoes is big in Cali.
Yeah,
especially in like the big cities of Cali.
It didn't pop up when you type in weapon.
My check sold out. I remember the name being Longbow.
Dude, when I lived in Oakland, they were playing Uno dominoes too. They were doing not just regular; they were playing Uno dominoes, which was cool.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
It's just like Uno's with dominoes. It's the same kind of thing, but they're like they have colors on each side, and you kind of play like Uno dominoes. But
yeah.
They would do both.
Those things are 55 cents on Lego's website, and they're only 10 cents on Bricklink.
Nice. There you go.
Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, Shy, definitely get the dominoes, man.
Yeah, I put it. It's on the list. Yeah, it's on now. I'm just going through to see if there's anything else I want it.
Domino, motherbricker.
You could almost have a store and go be making twice your money.
When I was at parties out there, they were gambling on dominoes constantly, dude. That's a big Cali thing.
Oh yeah, that and spades.
Is that like
New York? It's more chess
or a game of chance? Cheers, Ryan. Jambalaya.
Well, there's a few ways you could play dominoes. Actually, it's kind of both. It's more skill though. Actually,
at least there's some skill to it, not just like a game of chance. Getting pissed off.
New York City is definitely more dice. I mean, they play dice in the hood in Cali too, but
yeah,
New York City doesn't really do dominoes. I've never seen anyone do dominoes out here. It's more chess and dice. Out there is dominoes and dice.
Right on, AAA. Nice. Never played any dominoes, any dice. Been to Vegas 3 times, never gambled $1.
I'm not a big gambler, but I have to go to Vegas a lot because my business. The Raiders are in Vegas now, so I go out there a lot.
I'd rather go to Vegas and eat and watch shows, or there's a lot of stuff you can do. I don't got to gamble. Sit there at the table doing nothing.
I keep trying to post. Sean from ACOB is obsessed with the medieval times, which I get it. I've been to the he's obsessed with the brand of medieval times, so it's like the same like corporate entity. But the one in Vegas, dude, they have like Roman battles with tigers. There's fire going off everywhere. Like they do the medieval, like it's next level. It's in Vegas, and
it's like Cirque du Soleil medieval times.
Yeah, and he refuses. He's like, it's not the same thing as regular medieval times. I'm like, no, it's not. It's better. But one day I'm going to take him there and force him to sit down and watch it because it is. If he likes medieval times, the one in Vegas he will love because it's like next level medieval times.
I could see it being better because you got to put that show on like twice a damn day, every day.
Yep.
No,
they do a few. They do the Roman. They do Roman. They do medieval. They do. I mean, it's Vegas. You know, it's all flashy and they do over the top crap. So
exactly, it has to be over the top.
He's just very nostalgic about the original medieval times franchise, and I get it. I totally get it, dude. But I'm gonna make him go to the other one because he's gonna enjoy it.
He went there once, had the time of his life, so now it's the end all and be all. That's gonna be fun too. That's another thing I'm looking forward to. Not working, eating, sleeping, random shows that you don't normally get to do back home.
Yeah, I rarely ever gamble home in Vegas. I'm usually there for business, but I'll go to shows, food, like, you know, there's tons of stuff you could do there.
I'll go to the wax museum, drink, eat.
I would definitely be the gambler.
What's that?
I said I would definitely be the gambler.
Even if you're losing, you'd still try and, or is it you're just there for the entertainment, whether you win or lose?
Well, I mean, you got to tap out if you're starting to lose, but I mean, you at least got to have fun with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have fun with it. As soon as I started to lose, I'd be pissed off. Summer school during Brick World. Is that because you're getting ahead, or is that because you weren't doing your work in class? I remember summer school. It wasn't a positive thing, that's for sure.
It's because he's the Target regional store manager with that spiffy suit, so they're making him take summer courses.
Nice. How to talk to people and diffuse the situations when they don't sell them the sets that's on the shelf.
Yeah, I was gonna say how to put street dated sets out early, class 101. How to piss off customers.
Did we pick a date and time yet? No, I think the plan was, to be honest, we were just gonna go there and then pretty much show up, like call them the day we get there and say, hey, we got for sure 50 people or for sure 75 people. Everyone can reserve their spot if they want to for the next day, pay their cash up front, whatever we got to do.
I think Sean needs to know a rough number first, like right now.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I'd say pretty much everyone's going to want to go. Everyone, but like all the people we kind of talk to within a certain circle.
I think it depends on the day that happens.
Richie, I get that, dude. When I transferred from, I took classes at in Connecticut. Like, actually, their Central Connecticut State School was the best design school in like the tri-state area. It was better than NYU, and it was up there with RISD. And I took classes there. Then I went to RISD. So when I changed, I had to take other classes over again and different gen eds. I get it, Richie. It's like when you transfer, it's a pain in the butt, dude. It's not fun, but I had to take more like art history. I had to take more industrial design. Like it's a pain in the ass when you transfer colleges. That's for sure. I should have just stayed at Central Connecticut actually, because their design program was way more advanced than RISD. RISD is known as this very popular elite, like almost Ivy League art school, but Central was actually better. I learned much more at Central, but and UConn had a shitty program. UConn design program was horrible. Like I didn't even want to go there because I was like, dude, this sucks.
That sucks. You like transfer schools, miss maybe 3 days, but it's like you got to start the course all over again.
Well, no, when you transfer, like if you do a semester or a whole year somewhere and then you transfer it to a different college the next year, they might have different general eds courses that you have to take to fill their requirements. They might have different things for that major you have to take. So sometimes you got to take extra classes to catch up.
Gotcha.
So I get it, dude. I get it. I've done it, Richie. It's not. Actually, it made me stay in school for an extra 2 years because I did it, but I had a good time.
Like Quincy just girls win for.
Guys, I'm gonna bounce. It's 12:30 here.
Well, thanks for coming on, taking the time to explain everything, share your great ideas and progress, man. Much appreciated.
Thanks for having me. Anytime.
Likewise, anytime.
I'll talk to y'all later.
He's gonna go sleep on. He's gonna sleep on the ping pong table on top of his castle like a vampire.
Exactly.
I would too.
I'm gonna sleep underneath it.
Be safe. Right on. Well, that was informative.
Dude, his castle's enormous, bro. Like,
it's enormous. When he shows the rest of the studio pictures, you know, just to visualize how much bigger it's gonna get.
Yeah, it's gonna get taller too. It's crazy.
I'm getting out of here in 2 years. Richie, like college for 2 more years? How long total?
Well, he went from a community college to a different like level, like D1 kind of school, or I forget what they call it, but it's not. It's above community college, like regular college. So
okay,
he's gonna change different courses, and he's gonna have to take different stuff. So
I don't even know what the hell community college is. Up here, we got college, and you got like technical school for like all your trades and engineers. You got college, and I guess depends what engineer you want to be. Then you got like university.
Well, here you can community college usually get an associate's degree. Usually, not all. Some are different.
Like bachelor of science, bachelor of arts.
Bachelor's is the like main college, like a 4-year college. Community college usually you can get an associate's degree in like 2 years. So, and then we have trade schools as well, like that. It's different. It all depends. Like, it's from state to state. It's different, and it depends on what you want to do. So, but it sounds like what he did was he went from a community college that had probably a 2-year program, and he's going into a 4-year program into a college. So he's going from associate's degree to a bachelor degree, and he's got to catch up. I could be wrong, but that's usually what it sounds like what he's doing.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't like erase your time that you already did. So you're kind of doing like the same course. That'd be a piss off.
That's what happens sometimes. You have to take courses again at a different school. So it's worth it.
Good on you, Richie. Keep your head up than me.
For him to do the jump from associates to a bachelor, it's worth it. Like,
that's funny. Yeah, when I got out of high school, I don't think I wanted to go back to college or university for anything, any length of time. I was done with school.
That's why I took a design course in general. Like, I didn't know if I was going to be a graphic designer, industrial designer. So I took everything, like a general design, and I had to take classes in every facet of it. And then when I got into the business, I narrowed it down to what I wanted to do. So,
gotcha. When I got out of school, I went and worked in a hog slaughterhouse for 7 months. After 7 months, I was like, I need a career. What can I do every day for like the next 45 years? I was like, hey, shop class was fun. Let's go find something that's like close to shop class.
Dude, that picture you posted of that kitchen, it was like white with it would look like pine or bamboo, like lighter wood floor with that white. And it was all, that thing was sick, dude. That looked amazing, bro.
That was a big ass house.
Yeah, that thing looked gorgeous, dude. That was a sick kitchen, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Big
huge fridge in there, big huge range over your stove. Someone's definitely throwing some parties or cooking for a big family at Christmas.
Yeah, that was gorgeous too. That was very nice.
Appreciate it. I should throw some older pictures I got up. They're on a different computer, but they're all just crazy big kitchens like that. But they're all from like 7-8 years ago.
That's the cool thing about trade schools here is you can really focus it on the trade and get it instead of having to take all these courses in college. You can really zoom in on the trade, get which credits you got to get, and then you just have to do like time in the industry to get your license to be an electrician or something. But
it's all like legit, like comprehensive knowledge on. Like it doesn't deviate too far off into too much theory or principle. And then, like you say, coupled with hands-on, right?
Yeah,
it actually makes the process not feel like school. It actually makes it enjoyable. Like you're still working, you're still following your passion.
Yeah, because like I had to take art history courses, and it's good to know. I learned a lot in those art history courses. To this day, I still remember it, but I didn't need it, you know. But they just make you take it as general ed.
Do I got this down here still? I should have it kicking around down here. It might be upstairs.
Shy's ordering. I could tell you're ordering Lego, Shy. He's sitting there looking at the phone. He's like, I'm ordering Lego.
That's what I did before I jumped on you guys near Great Bad Influence. I ordered 150 more Falcons and 35 more Lion Knights.
Well, that's Shy's influence. I'm not an army builder yet. I might get sucked into it at one point.
Now I don't know where I did with that. Damn it. I kind of need that. That was important.
Aussie Adams here, we have to get, it might be the same in Australia, I don't know, but you have to get a master's degree to teach here. So, I mean, you can start teaching, but they give you like a certain amount of years that you have to get the master's degree to keep on teaching. So it's a lot of school actually to be a teacher here. And they're, to be honest, I think they're highly underpaid for what the value they bring to the table and the amount of school they have to go to. Teachers here get ripped off, but
yeah, like our teacher just went on strike.
Like, yeah, like dude, that's messed up. They shouldn't. They get ripped off big time, in my opinion.
Half of our government services are going on strike. So I'm like, sweet, you know what? Taxes due right around the corner. Go ahead, go on strike. Which means I won't pay my taxes. No one's going to have to harass me for the next 6 months. I appreciate it.
You don't think the government will get back tax?
No, they'll still harass you, but it just means they're going to leave you alone. And that way, if they try and back tax you, you'd be like, hey, I kept calling your office. No one was answering. I kept trying to pay. It kept coming back to my account. But no, the government hits you up here. Especially if you're a business owner, they make you pay a year ahead. And if you don't, they charge you interest on the tax that they didn't know you were supposed to pay a year ahead, but you still had to pay a year ahead.
Dude, I love Canada, but just getting into Canada is such a hassle that your laws must be, I just don't understand them. It's just different from what I'm used to. I used to go there to shoot TV commercials and stuff all the time because it's cheaper in Toronto to do it than it is down here. But just to get into Canada, like they are very strict, man.
That's funny you say that, maybe for travel, but I look around at work and stuff and, you know, just like schools, the city getting bigger. And I'm just like, man, it seems like they opened up the floodgates. It's like anyone with a heartbeat can just walk into Canada. You got 2 kids? Yeah, now you can go to the front of the line, no problem. You need a kidney transplant? Hey, we were going to let you in yesterday. If you smoke, though, then they might boot you out.
Dude, what's the big parody? Like on Wayne's World, they would talk about Canada and donuts. When I went to Canada, I didn't think it. I mean, Americans eat just as many donuts as I saw in Canada. Like, I always see these jokes about how Canadian people are obsessed with donuts, and
I don't get that either, other than maybe Tim Hortons at one point was one of the bigger companies or more of a known company up here. And that's all they did was coffee and donuts. So maybe they just thought we sat around during wintertime and drank coffee and ate donuts. I don't know.
But Dunkin' Donuts is the same way. Like it started out in the Boston area, and it's very like hard. Like in Boston, there's one like every block. There's a Dunkin' Donuts. Like Krispy Kreme tried to invade like Connecticut and Mass, and they got shut down. Dude, everyone was
Wasn't
so
there like a
hard
Robin's Donuts?
Huh?
Wasn't there like a Robin's Donuts too?
There was a Best Eaten Donuts. There was Krispy Kreme came up from the South, but like in New England, it was Mesa. In New York City, it was all Dunkin' Donuts, man. And then Dunkin' went nationwide. They're like,
That's funny.
and I think Dunkin'
Down
Donuts
there.
sucks, dude. I think it sucks compared to Krispy Kreme, but
Yes, I agree. Finally, oh my god.
What'd you win? What'd you win?
No. I totally agree with that sentiment. Krispy
Dunkin's
Kreme
is
owns
horrible,
Dunkin's.
dude. Dunkin'
Oh
is
my-
disgusting, bro.
The
It's
stream looks
bad.
better on Twitch. Don't tell me that, Eric. I'm gonna have to go to Twitch.
Dude, Krispy Kreme, you get them hot off the line, man. Like I don't know. It's just
It's
they're
so-
so much better.
I like going when it's busy because they gave you free Krispy Kreme while you're standing
Yeah,
waiting.
while
in
you're
line.
waiting. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
That's right. See, Krispy Kreme's big up here because every time we go down there, we got to go find a Krispy Kreme and get a dozen donuts.
They're rare here now.
Dunkin'
yeah.
sucks. Best Eaten Donuts and Krispy Kreme is way better than Dunkin' Donuts. But even like Dunkin' Donuts, they have like Dunkin' Donuts bagels are not. That's not a bagel, man. That's a hard roll with a hole punched in the middle. Like New Yorkers take bagels seriously, dude. They're just like with their pizza. Like New York bagels are amazing, and the Dunkin' Donuts bagels are nasty, dude. It's disgusting, man. It's not. I don't know. It's gross to me.
I'm not going out there just for some donuts. Yeah, you can just go to Safeway, get some donuts. Oh, looks high definition. Do you got your settings set up there, Eric, on YouTube? Because you can change your definition there, quality that it comes in.
I don't drink coffee, so I don't. People might like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I've never tried it. Don't like it. Like I don't know. So that's a big part of it too.
See, my quality set is that.
Sidecar is Venus's, my wife's favorite donut spot. Amberlaya.
Yeah, they're good too. Yeah, when I live in Cali, Dunkin' Donuts sucks. It's bad. I don't know why people like Dunkin' Donuts. It's just they have good marketing and they're corporate and they expanded really fast. So, but people in Boston love Dunkin' Donuts, man. They like die by it. Like it's crazy because it started there.
That's funny. I wonder why I look better on Twitch. Oh well, I don't like Twitch's interface. I like donuts from anywhere.
You always see like Canadian, like Wayne's World, they would make fun of Canada with the donuts, and SNL used to do it all the time. And I never understood that. I'm like, whenever I go to Canada, it's the same donut culture as it is in the US. Americans are fat.
It must have been a thing way back in the day or something. I don't know. Maybe that's all we had for a staple up here before we got beef.
I mean, you saw the Wayne's World movies. You know what I'm talking about. The scenes where they're all about the donut shop and like they're hanging out at the donut shop playing hockey. It's like the token Canadian thing. Like, I just never understood that.
That might be the other part of it after kids go to hockey. I remember my parents would, this sounds bad, but my parents would drag us to church. And then after church, you'd go to Tim Hortons. Well, I say drag us to church because they never really went to church unless other family was going to church. And then they just went there to put on a show like, yeah, we go to church when they never really went to church. It was one of those type of situations. So then, of course, we have to go because they're forced to go.
Oh, I'm half Polish and half Italian, and my grandparents are both from those countries. Like they immigrated here, so they're super Catholic. Like Italians, Polish people, Mexicans are usually very hardcore Catholic. And my dad was like an usher. Like I had to go to church every Sunday when I was a kid. Like, and then afterwards,
uncles were grandma, aunts, and uncles were like that, but my parents were. So on Sundays when they're in town, yeah, it was just a headache. I just remember dreading it as a kid.
I've been to church in a minute.
Nothing wrong with church. It's just a lot of ups and downs and sing along. And as a kid, you're not really into that. You want to go run around and, pee in the corner and touch stuff. I don't know.
And like Polish people too, like Sunday, especially if they're hardcore Catholic, they You go to church and then you go either to your grandmother's house or to a restaurant. And you sit down for a few hours and have a meal and like relax and like
I do miss that. I mean, I'm not Polish, but I mean, we did something similar. Like we'd go out to eat, like brunch or lunch right after church. I do miss that.
I like the family time. I just didn't like going stir crazy as a kid, looking under your chair and wanting to play on the piano.
Yeah, so annoying.
During church sucked. Yeah.
You didn't have like when you were a teenager, you didn't have like the teen masses where they have more kind of alternative music.
No, I wish. It wouldn't seem so institutionalized then. It would have been a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah, I think I like at least down here, like when I was a teen, like in the early 2000s, like they had like the afternoon mass was more teen centric. So
yeah, like youth group, like a youth group.
Yeah. So the music was a little bit, more. Oh, let's not like that. It's more like good music. So it was a lot better.
Like, dude, when I was a kid, dude, I go to church and it was all in Polish. So half the time I didn't know what they were saying.
I don't know what you're saying, yeah.
And then you go to Sunday school after that, and then I would go to my grandmother's house, and and we'd be there till the afternoon, like we had brunch and blah blah blah. But they're very into it. Like I went to Polish mass when I was a kid till I was like 7, and I couldn't understand a lick of it, except when my grandfather used to yell at me in Polish.
So then you sit where extra or don't even be able to understand. Yeah.
So it was like my dad understood it all. I was like, yeah, I have no idea what they're saying. I'm just gonna sit here and
just get a yelling beat down by like you not even know what's happening.
Well, that's the crazy. That's what I mean. Like Polish people are hardcore Catholic. That in New England there are Polish churches, like where it's just they do the mass in Polish. Wow. And there's tons of them, dude. We would go to several towns over. There'd be one to visit a relative. There'd be another one like in another state. Like they're crazy.
I mean, we have like Spanish only masses here, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes total sense.
No, yeah. And in Bridgeport, where I am now, they have tons of Spanish speaking masses.
Yeah. That's how it is. It depends on the population.
That'd be interesting to be able to go to each one and actually understand what they're saying to see if it's pretty much kind of like, there's going to be differences, but is it kind of in the end the same?
It's supposed to be like the same message, depending on what's supposed to be read. It's just the whatever the priest wants to like really dive into might be different. So it depends.
Well, that's the thing. Like in the Catholic mass, it's very structured. So I got to learn the regime, even though I didn't understand the language. You knew the whole routine of it. And then like years later, when I went to an English speaking church, it was the same kind of regime, but I understood what they were saying. But I knew what was happening because you're so used to the whole structure of it. So it was interesting for sure. Dude, my dad would take me to confession, and the dude's talking to me in Polish and a little, you're in the confessional, and I don't know what he's saying to me.
It's probably good you can understand.
Bless me, Father, who I have sinned. It's been.
Yeah, I would speak English. I would speak English, and they would speak Polish back. They understood what I was saying. They speak both languages. I didn't know what they were. They would refuse to speak English.
So when you got penance, like, what do they tell you?
I would just go out and do a few Hail Marys and a few
ominous, you're done.
And that's it. Like,
man, I have to. It's been a minute.
But when I was like 8 or 9, that's when my parents like, all right, like, and then I had more brothers and sisters at that point. They're like, we're gonna take you to English speaking church.
Funny. From castles to churches. So there we go.
Hey, castles have churches.
Yeah,
they're true.
Mass.
Speaking of that, I've been rewatching Game of Thrones. I've been getting into that, dude. I easily got sucked into it.
I haven't watched. I didn't continue after the Red Wedding, or is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I got so mad after that. I was like, that's it, I'm done. And I didn't like watch anything further than that. My wife continued, but I stopped.
That was a good episode, though.
It was, but it was so.
Manny, I feel bad.
Dude, that actor makes me so mad that when I see him in Harry Potter, I get pissed off because he plays the janitor in Harry Potter. The actor that was the phrase or whatever. Like, I see him in Harry Potter. I'm like, you bastard! You killed those people. You bastard! Like,
yeah, exactly. It's just, it's so much stress.
That was a crazy episode, the Red Wedding, dude. That was. Like,
but after that, I didn't continue. I just stopped watching. I was like,
I can't do this. About the last season, season 8, But I don't know. I enjoy everything up to that. I don't mind season 8 either because I wasn't one of the book readers, so I wasn't hardcore into it like that.
Yeah.
I just like it for what it is. But I started watching it again recently, and I get sucked into it. Like that show is easy to get sucked into.
Any good shows now you're watching, Shy, you recommend?
I mean, now Mandalorian's over. Not really.
I
mean, I'm into Bel Air right now, but I don't know if you guys are into that. It's like a redub of Fresh Prince.
Oh yeah. I haven't watched it yet. I've heard
it's really good. It's super good.
Is it on Paramount? What's it on?
That's Peacock.
Peacock. That's what it is. I don't know with a P.
And then
there's so many streaming services now.
So much. I don't know.
Yeah, Paramount's dropping some good ones. There's one with Sylvester Stallone I want to check out.
Oh yeah, where he's like a mafia guy.
Yeah,
I need to start watching that.
And then another big one we've been binging on because we didn't see any of them up until a couple of weeks ago. But that stupid Naked and Afraid, I can't stop watching that.
I know my wife wants to watch that.
I'm just like, yes, starve yourself some more. I might need that trick one day. How do you catch a rat? How do you catch a bird?
I just don't know if I could picture Rambo as a mafia don though, because that's like I grew up around those kind of people. You know, you see them in Brooklyn, the Bronx, and the Jersey people come into the city. Like Sopranos was kind of like a real thing here. You know, so it's like I can't see him as he's a good actor, but Stallone as a mafia dude, I don't know. I
think his character's a little bit more on the real side and not exaggerated too much. It'll be a good show. If it starts doing stuff like, what was it, Sons of Anarchy, where they're like kidnapping babies and stuff. I was like, what? This doesn't happen. No one's kidnapping anyone's kids. What's this look like? So I started losing on some of those shows. Same with, was that Jailbreak, Prison Break? Like they got out of the jail the first time, made a run for it, got caught, went back in, and that's all the show was. Is they're breaking out of jail over and over, getting caught, getting thrown. I was like, this is boring.
Well, I mean, that's technically what the show. That's what this is. All right, well, I gotta head out because I gotta put the kids down. I forgot.
Hey, thanks for hanging out. Epic Castle, Epic Army.
Thanks, guys. Hey, Sidious.
Later, man.
Good night,
See you tomorrow morning.
Peace. See you tomorrow. Yeah.
Peace. See you tomorrow.
Speaking of that, is Butt Chop having a stream tomorrow? You know,
he didn't go this morning.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't even ask him.
No, he switched it back to Sunday supposedly, but then he was sick for a few weeks. So it's been like hiatus. That's why I'm asking. He hasn't really done anything in a while.
That'd be cool. I'm going to double check. That means there might be no sleep tonight. Is Brickscene going on later? That'd be epic. Rolling Brickscene into the dad stream into Good Morning Brick World.
That's what I usually do myself. I don't sleep either. I usually do the same thing. But when I talked to Brickscene,
I'm not already asleep.
I talked to Brickscene earlier in the week. He said he's still getting into the groove where he doesn't know which day he's going to do it yet. Because I told him, I'm like, dude, I'm psyched that you're back on. I'm so happy. And he did that first week late at night, and then he didn't do it last week. And then this week he said he doesn't know if he's going to change the day. So everything, the whole schedule that you and I are used to is all over the place right now.
Yeah, it might not even, if it's not the same days, it could be. And then for me, if it's a work day, because the whole time zone's different, if it's not on the weekend, it's super hard for me to catch unless I got the day off work. Kind of like London Bridge Bricks. I can listen to Greg. I can watch him if I'm working, but unless I got the day off work, I can't ever actually hang out or chat much or especially on my phone, because if I'm at work, this is all I got to tune into the live streams.
Yeah, but it's cool. At least you get to listen to it in the background.
Yeah, it makes work go by quick on my iPhone S. My primitive technology here.
Oh, that's an S?
Yeah, old school. I don't believe in buying new phones unless the other one falls apart or breaks or
I'm
whatever.
the same way, dude. I'm totally the same way. I even forget what this one is. This one might be a 12, 13. I don't even know. I have to look at the operating system to see, into the phone details to see what it is. I'm the same way. I don't buy it unless it's but I do break them frequently, so I end up having to upgrade more often. But I
think I've only broken a phone once, but I've jumped into a pool with it in my pocket by accident once, and that crapped one of them out. And the other one was I was pretty loser drunk, and I fell off the boat dock into the lake. And the phone was with me. Actually, that was an extra dumb story because I was super drunk. We were houseboating, and they had the ramp onto the shore, and I was going to leave the boat to go smoke a Johnny on the shore, and I fell in the lake, and I lost my phone, my joint, my lighter, all in one go.
Oh,
Yeah, that was not a good one.
that now though the iPhones are mostly waterproof, so you won't have that problem. But you don't have to do the old thing,
started
like
with that.
rice.
I think that's how Apple got their shares up so high, is they knew they made a product where you drop it once, the screen shatters. You spill a couple drops of coffee on it, it just pooches out. So then they got all those phones, extra phones sold an extra 200 million phones. Now they're like, okay, now we'll make them waterproof.
Yeah, the screen. I break the screens all the time. I'm always getting screens replaced. That's actually cheap compared to replacing the phone. But usually mine actually break. Like I smash them enough that they actually break. But I'm stupid. I don't like using a case. And half the time my dog will jump up on me, or like an idiot, I'm walking the dog and I'm watching it, which I shouldn't be watching the phone, and something happens, and then a car runs it over. So.
Oh yeah, drop it once on tile or cement. And then I don't mind now, you can just pull out the SIM card and slam it in the new one. But I used to hate setting up a new phone as well, right? You got to start entering contacts and all your pictures before the whole iCloud thing started popping off. And
before you could just have a SIM card that you can change out, but now it's all the cloud and that crap, which I don't trust half the cloud, to be honest. But because people can hack into it. I mean, I've worked with so many web developers that can get into something so fast that I just don't trust it. But Bricklock knows, and like Amber Light will know, like with programmers, there's people that can get into something really quick, and it's not that hard for them. So I just don't trust it. Haven't been around those kind of people a lot.
True that. I don't mind the taste of monsters either, Eric, but Richie, I'll tell you why I stopped drinking monsters. Because I spilled oil on my driveway once. This is after I sealed my driveway, and it was still nice and minty fresh. So I really wanted to get that big blob of oil out. And I scrubbed it with water. I scrubbed it with dish soap. I went and got brake cleaner, degreaser. I went and got this big, massive bottle of Bounty soap. I soaked it on it for 2 days, scrubbed it, like one of those hard bristle brush, like on my hands and knees. Nothing came off. I went and YouTubed how to remove oil stain. 2 things came up. I didn't have any Coca-Cola in the house, but I had a can of Monster Energy drink. So I walked over, cracked that can of Monster Energy drink, dumped it on the oil stain from like waist high. I didn't even have to scrub that SOB out. It just rolled right off the end of the driveway once that Monster Energy drink hits it. I was like, well, if that's what it does to oil and grease and cleaning, and it just makes it look like that, what's this thing doing to the inside of my guts? Not that I'm making any better choices, but that's why I don't drink a lot of pop either. At least when I drink beer, if it's wrecking the inside of my guts, at least I get a head spin out of it.
Dude, speaking of pop and energy drinks, when I early in my career, I had Jolt Cola as a client. I think I told you this before. And
Jolt.
We kept telling them, I was like, dude, you need to position yourself. And this was before like Red Bull even took off. I was like, you guys are the original energy drink. So as like an advertising agency, we were trying to tell them, like, dude, you're trying to revive your brand from all these kids in the 80s that loved it now that are in like the early 2000s. Like, dude, you are the original energy drink. You guys need to like hammer on that position. And they did it, but they didn't fully listen to us. And Jolt's still around, but Jolt Cola would keep you up like that. Dude, it had like 10 times the caffeine and sugar of a regular like Coca-Cola. Jolt Cola was hardcore back then.
And like you say, the nostalgia, so they already got half the market now, right? They already got the lawyers and doctors and all the people that are now adults that were feeding off it as kids.
Yeah. And
take care, Eric. We'll see you tomorrow morning, man. Why are you horrified? Not horrified. It just made my head think a couple different more ways. I mean, I'm sure Mr. Clean might have a nice citrus pop to it too. You don't see me chugging that back. Little zing. Oh, it's a nice citrus zing, Mr. Clean.
Dude, Buckchop was on the Friday Night Bricks panel last night, and I didn't get to ask him because I ended up in the Brick Adjuster stream with ACOB and Hive and all them. But he I guess he had like mold in his house or his new place or something like that, and like he wasn't streaming for a while. I hope Buckchop streams tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks. But that's not up to him to fix, though. He doesn't have to hopefully pay out of pocket to fix that shit.
No, it's all covered, I think, but it was like stressful, and he got sick from it. I'm pretty sure that's why he wasn't around for a little bit. He got sick from it.
Oh, and if you get sick, then you got to kind of vacate the area. And then he has all that Lego. You don't have to move all that shit either again, right?
Yeah,
they can cover it up so they can, what do you call that, remediate that.
Yeah, that's definitely a pain in the butt.
I hear you, Richie. We'll catch you. Thanks for hanging out.
Man, I just got stuff all over my keyboard.
What do you say? Oil and cement, use plaster, mix a thick spread over top. Do I got to let the plaster dry and then like spray it and scrub it off with a pressure hose, or how do you get the plaster off after? Or do it while it's all wet? Oh, black mold's not good for you. Once you get that cough going, it's hard to get rid of the spores inside you.
It'll make you delirious too. Like I don't have many allergies, but mold and dust are like two big allergies I have. Like I'll get really nasally. People can hear it in my voice. I'm usually nasally to begin with because I'm not good with dust. I've never has been. Those are the only two allergies I have, but mold is bad with me. Like I get really messed up with mold.
I've never been in a situation where I'd know if there was mold, so I couldn't tell if it bothers me. I work in dust all day. Like I do hook up a vacuum and dust collection, but it still kind of sucks. I smoke. The smoke doesn't bother me, especially with the forest fires we've had up here the last couple of days.
Yeah, I never think about that because you're in the West Coast, dude. Because Northern Cali gets the crazy forest fires like you guys do.
Oh yeah, BC forest fires, Alberta forest fires. Yeah, they get bad. And then people are like, oh yeah, well we just want the rain. The rain will help put the fires out. Well, it does, but then all the electric or the lightning strikes actually makes more fires. Yeah, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, Northern California is the same way, dude. They have the same problems.
That's funny.
They have the same problems in Northern Cali about that. Like they have serious forest fire issues like that, and then lightning comes in afterwards and just destroys it all.
Yeah. So it rains, but yeah, the rain doesn't make the ground or all like the debris moist enough that it's any more resistant. So it's almost just as bad.
Dude, those embers, forest fires are high heat in vast areas, and the embers keep going for a while. Like rain or no rain, there's areas like under cliffs and under like overhangs that don't get the rain, and it still keeps going, and then everything dries out and it spreads again. So it's bad.
Oh yeah, and then you get the wind that blows all the smoke,
blows it around,
it's over, and that's what happens with us.
Yeah, that's definitely an animal in itself.
It's been so bad one year that the sun was actually, I wouldn't say it looked like dusk, but it was pretty close in the middle of a normal hot summer day. That's how thick the smoke was. And it was just blowing over like, thousands of kilometers from the next province. It was pretty nasty. So
I never hit the west coast of Canada. I've only been on the east coast of Canada, and I love Canada. I need to hit the west coast. I've never been out there. I assume it's similar to like Oregon, and like even north, like the Bay Area of California starts to hit that like northern west coast section. Like Seattle, I've been to. So I would assume Canada is similar, just a little more wilderness to it, but I've never been.
Pretty much the same with the forest areas. Yeah, I'll send you a picture if it's a clear day tomorrow. I'll go climb my fence in my backyard just so I can reach over, and I'll send you a picture. And it's just like the Rocky Mountains going down the way, or like how close you are to the Rocky Mountains here. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, because when you get up into like Washington and like Oregon, like it's very tons of pine forests, and then there's mountains, and like it's just a lot different than it is on the lower West Coast here.
Yeah. And BC has some warm parts to it in their forest, so it's actually still considered a rainforest. It's still that moist.
Yeah, I've snowboarded in BC. I've been in BC where they dropped me off in a helicopter because it was the only way to get down the mountain, and it took us a long time to like ski down the mountain in BC. Like they literally drop you in a copter.
Yeah, that's big up here, but it's pricey. I think it's like $1,000 a day, and they only haul you up there 3 times, so you get like 3 runs.
They were long runs though. They were like it took like a few
full
hours
mountain,
to get down. But dude, I was saying on the Danny Bob stream the first time I did it, I was crapping my pants because they drop you in the copter, and it's like I'm used to New England skiing where it's like it's not just outdoorsy ski like skiing and snowboarding. There, like it's you in the mountain. You know, like,
oh yeah, that's like when we went snowmobiling. You in the mountain. It's like, well, don't go over there because it could literally go up a hill. Well, you're going off the other side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Right. And the snow is so deep that you can't get off and walk because you'll sink. And they tell you, well, don't go near any little trees because it's actually not a little tree. It's just the top of a 14-foot tree that's covered in snow. And all the branches kind of hold the snow up. So if it's super fluffy and if you drive your machine by it, it just like sucks you down, 10, 14 feet.
But that's the only part of Canada. Like, I don't even count. That's why I say I've never really been to the west coast of Canada because that's the only thing I've ever done was the snowboarding there. It's like I've never been to like any cities or communities or anything like that. Like I just went snowboarding in BC. That was it. Like you're alone on a mountain. Like it's like the helicopter takes you up and you ride the mountain down.
And everything's white and maybe a little bit of green.
Yeah, I've never seen any of the real like west coast of Canada, like except for snowboarding.
Well, if you can come in the summer where everything's more green, filled in, because in the winter everything's either like white, foggy. Some parts look super pretty, but for the most part, it's just like covered. You don't get to appreciate it as much.
Because when I did that, I did it once, and I did it 2 days in a row, and like you said, we did like 4 or 5 runs, and the helicopter takes you up, drops you out, and you're just in the middle. I felt like I was in Alaska, and you're in the middle of nowhere on a mountain, and you just got to ride it down, and then they take you back up on a schedule. But I've never been to anywhere else like in that part of Canada, like to where there was actual civilization and people, and I've never even seen it.
So what's the furthest you've come after seeing cities? Like you've seen Toronto?
I've been to Toronto, yeah, plenty of times for work. I've snowboarded in BC, and that's about it. Just mainly Toronto and BC are the only 2 places I've been.
That's all right, because anything kind of east of Toronto, maybe some spots, in Nova Scotia, PEI, okay. But pretty much if you're going west, anything from Toronto to Calgary, you can pretty much skip it. You're not missing out. So that's like Saskatchewan, Manitoba. I think Quebec's further. I'd have to go look at a stupid map again. Quebec, you're not really missing out on. They don't really like us anyways.
See, I know nothing about the culture or anything there except for Toronto, which is to me, it was just kind of like New York City, just very clean and in Canada. And then BC, when I snowboarded, I was in the middle of the wilderness, and you're so isolated that like I said, you go in a helicopter, you get dropped off, you snowboard, and I didn't see anything else. So that's the only parts of Canada I've ever seen. But I like it. It
would be similar to Toronto, except for it would be very green and like environmentally friendly there. So there'd probably be like no garbage on the streets, garbage can, recycling can, and a compost on every other corner. Solar panels everywhere on every rooftop gardens everywhere. Not as much smog. Actually, probably very little smog if it's on the coast getting blown away all the time. Cheers, Nerd Brick. Great, it's Friday, no complaints.
I've never really seen like the suburbs of Canada, like the real deal, life of Canada. You know, I've been in busy Toronto and I've been in extreme wilderness of BC on the mountain. Then that's it. Like,
that's okay, because I haven't really been to anywhere in the States. I've been to LA, San Francisco, Scottsdale in Arizona.
you see how different LA is from San Francisco. They're completely different. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
completely different.
Well, San Francisco's kind of a little unique on its own there.
Yeah. That's like the West Coast New York City, but it is different from New York City, but it's the closest thing you're gonna get to New York City over on that side of the country.
Yeah, a little bit more built up, and LA is definitely more sprawling out.
Yeah, it's sprawled out, and people don't walk everywhere; they drive everywhere, and like they're kind of what we call boroughs in New York City, the neighborhoods that butt up against the main city of Manhattan. Theirs are very spread out, and they're very vast, and it's a whole different other kind of scene. So then you got Venice
So like
Beach.
New York, you could live without ever owning a vehicle.
Oh, totally. So there's so many
almost
people.
have to.
Dude, 90% of the people in New York City do not own vehicles. 90% of them don't have. Only
I
the
can
rich
see that,
people.
but your parking's expensive too.
Yeah, only the rich people have cars.
Damn. Don't go near little trees and don't eat yellow snow. That's right.
But you really don't. In New York City, you don't need a car. Like, everything is in your neighborhood. Everything you need is in. Dude, there's people in New York City that haven't even left. Like, I know people that live in like Queens, which is the little borough off of New York City, that have never left their 12-block radius ever in their life, ever.
Yeah, it's like some European countries like Netherlands, Amsterdam, where you can literally everything you need's walking, your groceries, dental, schools. Yeah, you don't need vehicle. Or if you do have to go further, their public transit's a little bit more on par and reliable. We're here, we just get hooped. It's almost like, especially when it's spread out like here or in LA, it's almost like no matter what they do, they're never going to curb environmental disaster. They're never going to make it any cleaner because they've already forced everyone to go down this path in life, this path of lifestyle where you're driving 3-4 hours. You have to have a vehicle. You have to pump gas into it, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's electric, you got to get the power from somewhere, but you're still driving the 3 hours a day or stuck in traffic 3 hours a day, consuming 3 hours of energy per day versus if you're just walking, eating a sandwich to wait on your way to work, right?
I've always been like, because I was born in the suburbs of Connecticut. Well, there's city suburbs of Connecticut just outside New York City that's on the train line. So the rest of Connecticut isn't. Like, the train line of New York stops right at the edge of Connecticut where I grew up. And so we're very more New York than we are Connecticut. But then I lived in New York. So my whole life I've been used to both sides of it and have bounced. I have family here and I work here. So it's like I've seen all of it. But most people that just have grown up in New York City, they don't leave. They have their little world in this big metropolis and they don't leave. Like, it's pretty crazy.
It has everything. I bet you'd be like just a mind strain too. Like, it'd almost feel like a better quality of life when you're not dreading sitting in traffic for 3 hours every single day, right? Knowing it's costing you X amount of money to go nowhere fast and all that. Drive me nuts.
Because like in Grand Central Station, the famous New York City train station, the most popular train line that goes out of it, the busiest one is the one that I grew up on. So it
goes out to Connecticut?
It goes into New Haven, Connecticut, to Yale University, and it stops. And that's only a little tiny piece of Connecticut. There's a big, vast part of Connecticut that goes. So that part that's on the train line is very New York City-like and New York State-like because all those people work in the city. So it's totally different. Once you leave that part of Connecticut, it turns into actual, like, real Connecticut. Like, it's hard to explain, but it's like there's a whole culture built around this train line. Everyone, their parents work in New York City. They take the train every day into New York City. So Bridgeport, Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut is all just like New York, and then the rest of Connecticut is not.
I was going to ask, is that train line busy because it's the most densely populated, or is that just because that's where people use it the most because that's their lifestyle they've accustomed to?
Yeah, it's kind of just people use it the most, and everywhere is densely populated around New York City. Even New Jersey, across the river, is densely populated. Everything close to New York City is highly densely populated. But that's the most popular, most packed train line is the one that goes into Connecticut to New Haven. So it's like it's I don't know. But it's the same way. People in New Jersey, they commute over the river. Now they've built actual subway that goes underneath the river. So it's New York City kind of spreads out into those. That's why they call it the tri-state area, because it's 3 states that just meet into Manhattan. And it's like very packed. And all 3 of those states are very different. Once you leave that tri-state area, it's very sprawled out, suburbia. It's much different. But all the towns in those states that meet up with on those train lines are very New York. So it's a hard thing to explain, but it's weird. It's a very weird place.
That's cool to see, though. See and experience.
That's why they call it the tri-state area. Like and Chicago has something where they call Tri-City, where everything kind of does that. But in Connecticut and New Jersey and New York, it's like 3 states that do it. It's not like in one state where 3 different areas and cities meet up. Like it's 3 different states meeting up. It's just different.
That makes sense, because now I always picture New Jersey was always so big. So now I kind of picture why, or now I know, I guess, why it makes more sense.
Jersey's really big, but
yeah,
same thing how Connecticut has the train line. Jersey has a train line that goes just into New Jersey and stops. The rest of New Jersey is very farmland and there's mountains and there's farms but if you're close to New York, it's very city, very urban.
See, I'd like to get out and see Eastern Canada, but even Eastern states where all the action is. I've never gone past that dead zone, I guess, down the center of the states. Where they do a line, or they did once where it's like 80% of the population lives on this line type deal.
Say it again?
It's like a map. I can't remember where I seen it. Is whatever Google's school. I can't exactly remember where, but they did a line across the states, and it's like it wasn't even the middle, but then it's like 80% of the population lives on this side of the line, and it's all like the eastern coast pretty much, and it's like 20% lives on this side of the line, but it was like 80% of the states, which had 20% of the population. And then 20% of the land mass had like 80% of the population.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like that in Connecticut and in Jersey and even in little Long Island, its own animal. Because Long Island's weird because it's part of New York State, but Long Island is kind of its own thing. It's just an island that runs across the whole bottom of Connecticut. And it's like I could see it I can walk outside right now and see Long Island across the shore. Like I could see it on the other side of the water. Like it's its own thing. Like, but that's the thing. Long Island, northern New Jersey, and southwestern Connecticut are all on this web of train lines that go into Manhattan, and everyone works. Most people, not everyone, but most people work in Manhattan that live there. So it's very densely populated compared to the rest part of the states.
So where's Buffalo in with all that?
Oh, Buffalo's way that's northern New York. New York is a big state.
Okay.
It's way up. It's cool though. Buffalo's cool. Syracuse, New York is cool, but they're like 5 hours away, dude. That's like way, way up. It would take me 5 hours to drive to Buffalo.
Okay. And how far from Philadelphia are you?
Oh, like an hour and a half.
Okay.
And then Boston is about 2 hours.
Yeah, see, super densely populated. I'm just trying to make this little map and my head here.
But in between Boston and where I am is just spread out in suburbs and normal Connecticut. But when you get up into Boston, it's the same thing. It's just crowded people. It's a
Even
weird
your spread out suburbs probably has more population than our downtowns.
But it's also because this was the first part of America that was founded. You know,
they
came over to Mass, Connecticut, and went down to New York, and in Philadelphia. It's the oldest part of that's why they call it New England. It's the oldest part of the United States. It's like that's where things started. So it's just a different area.
I can't remember what the original 6 were, but it was like, yeah, Philadelphia, Boston,
New York,
obviously New York. There's like another
Connecticut. Connecticut's called the Constitution State. I mean, but Connecticut's, that's what I mean. It's like in between it all. So it's like there's just a lot of history, and it's the oldest part of the country here. So it's different from everywhere else.
That's where all the good stuff would be at. All the good architecture would be at.
Dude, there's a lot of old architecture. There's a lot of old architecture here. A lot.
The stuff that stood the test of time, that lasted, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of it. Definitely a lot of it.
Original 6s hockey. Along those lines. So what happens when you drink those Monster Energy drinks? Now you're going to not be able to sleep for another 3 hours. Richie will be falling asleep as soon as Good Morning Brick World goes on. Damn Monster Energy drinks. What was it, 10 right now?
Philadelphia is very like New York City. It's very, very similar. Very similar. And Boston is too. Boston's just much cleaner. It's a little bit different, but it's kind of the same. It's very packed in this area. Like a lot.
I could see it being all the same, other than people trying to strive for their own identity. You know, Boston from Philadelphia, they want to get behind their city and be gung-ho, so they try and keep it. But when it's that packed and that close together, I mean, it's pretty much all the same, right?
Yeah, but there's rivalries. Yeah, like Boston hates New York, Philly hates New York, Philly hates Boston, but it's all, you know, we're all so similar, and it is competitive.
Little healthy rivalries.
Yeah, Richie, if you didn't drink that Monster, I can come tuck you in. If not, if you drink the Monster, then you're not going to sleep, buddy. I'm proud of Richie. Way past Richie's bedtime.
The Lakers won. Well, good thing I'm not into basketball, because I couldn't care if the Lakers won or lost. Speaking of which, as for any of the playoff teams, I'm not too tied to any of them either. I could care if they win or lose. But I do like seeing them crank into each other. Nothing better than watching, you know, 2 full-grown males skating at 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers an hour, smoking each other.
I haven't been paying attention to it right now. It's basketball and hockey playoffs, and here the New Jersey Devils and the Rangers are going at it, which rarely happens. And those two teams are going at each other's throats for hockey.
I'd watch baseball and golf before I watch basketball. Basketball is the most boringest ass sport, especially the last 3 minutes of a basketball game.
Well, yeah,
the last 3 minutes is like the last 15 minutes.
They do drag it out with the timeouts and the fouls and like the end of basketball. Usually, most basketball is high paced until the end, especially if it's a close game, because they'll foul on purpose. They'll call timeout.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we call back and forth high paced.
Well, soccer is kind of the same way, or European football. Like,
yeah, soccer's pretty kind of boring too. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't watch golf, dude. That's one thing I can. That's big in Connecticut. All the Richie Uppies in Connecticut, they love golf, dude. They work in New York City, and then on the weekends they go into their little towns in Connecticut and play golf.
Oh, I hate watching golf, but I'd watch golf before I watch basketball. It was good with Shy, Mikey, and Richard earlier.
Yeah, it was a good Castle stream, dude. It was definitely a good Castle stream.
A lot of info. Definitely got my mind working and different techniques I can try. And when I say different techniques, like obviously guys are going to be, oh sweet, I'm going to go put these statues in my castle, but just to have like different shapes and different, you know, stuff flowing through your head, you know, it's nice. It just makes me think more artistic side of it, I guess.
I didn't expect. I'm so used to Shy with his army and updating on figures that when I first saw he did a little flash of that little castle facade he was building, I was kind of shocked. I was like, oh damn, dude, and they looked awesome. And then today he showed more of it, which is more developed. Like, it's just really cool, dude. And the way he's using it as a display is really cool.
Oh yeah, and the way he put the thought into it to move it around, so now it's not just going to look one. You know, he can make it look a couple different ways. And those statues on the top of those towers and out front over like the main draw gate, to me that was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for the stone minifig statues. That's what I like about the Rivendell set. It has all those statues and that tower going around it, which is I thought was cool.
Oh, as soon as I seen that, that's what I thought about. I was like, Lego Castle. And then I seen Shy do his. I was like, man, clever. You're on it. You're on it.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for those all gray Lego minifig statues, dude. It's funny because they have no prints, and I'm a graphic designer. I love the prints, but it's those for some reason get me every time. I like the monochrome thing of it. I just love the texture of it. I don't know.
Me too. That's like the statue in the city, that little gift with purchase that was way back when, that had like the monochrome statue in it.
Speaking of that, I meant to go today, and I went to Walmart and Target instead to go to the Lego store.
Mail.
I meant to go to the Lego store yesterday too, and I was too hungover. But I need to grab like 3 or 4 of the Everything is Awesome sets because I want to get a bunch of monochrome figs just to have, because I'm going to end up using them somehow. I could care less about I mean, it's good to have the rainbow tiles, but I could give 2 craps. I just want the figs.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what I did. I went and got a couple of those sets exactly just for the figs. I don't mind the way it looks. I'll actually take this set and I'm going to do one with gold in the middle. So I'll have like 2 blacks, and then I'll have like the gold pattern in the middle here. And then get this other guy back on the outside. I think once that gold's in the middle, then it can actually look like something cool that I want to put on the shelf.
Yeah. The only thing that's always bugged me about that set is, as a designer, you're taught that black is the absence of light and white is the presence of light. And the rainbow's color spectrum, technically in science, would never have black in it. And I get the whole point of Everything is Awesome and the cultures and different races. But dude, I'm around a lot of races and cultures in New York City. It's the #1 melting pot of the world. And none of my African American friends are black. They're brown. They're brown.
Yes,
I don't know why they put black in that rainbow. It makes no goddamn sense to me. But yes, it's a representation, but African Americans are brown. They're not black. No one has the absence of light. No one is gone. Like the hell devil. Like so it's just, and a rainbow technically doesn't have black in it. It's the absence of light. It goes against everything scientifically you're taught and art-wise you're taught. And I get why they did it. It's a representation, but it makes no goddamn sense to me.
And with it making sense, wouldn't they want the white on the very outside opposite of black then? Like shouldn't pink be beside the blue and then white on the outside?
Yeah, it should actually. It technically should, but that's the thing that bothered me. But it's Lego, so I get it. But I showed that to even my African American friends, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't know any people that are physically black. It's the African Americans are brown, different shades of brown, but they're brown. Like
there might be some dark brown, but no black.
Yeah, it's not. It just doesn't make sense. But
no, that'd almost be eerie, though, right?
I mean, some of my friends from Ghana and Africa, they're known to have really, really dark skin, and they say that they're purple. Like they joke around. It's like a thing that they say. But dude, no one's physically black.
No, not black.
Yeah, that makes no sense to me. But hey, it could have been done without that. Like it would have looked fine. It would have said the same message. It would have meant the same thing. And it would have been scientifically correct, but
you got some people that I guess are pretty white, but even me, I mean, technically, I'm not even white. I'm like more like a peach color.
Yeah.
But
well, you know what I mean. African Americans aren't black. That's the phrase that people use, but they're not black. So it didn't need. They could have done a lighter tan color instead, and had 2 color tans and had this. They run. I think it would look cooler, and it would have gave us more monochrome minifigs.
The bathroom,
but
that's have some fun for me. Although I do like that set with the black in it. I get it doesn't make sense, but it does look good.
It does. It's just the pet peeve in me because in art school they teach you like that black is not a color; it's the absence of light. And they hammer that into you. So it's that's just why I say that. But
it's a shade, it's a shadow at best, right?
It's the absence. It's technically black is not a color. It's the absence of light.
Yeah.
And black is my favorite color, and it's not even a color. You know, I love black. I always wear black. Like but it's not a color.
I'm the same. My vehicles are black. If I buy a vehicle, it's black. Clothes are black. Shoes are black.
Yeah.
Hats usually black, except for this hat, my old Milwaukee hat.
Well, you're kind of like me. You like blacks, grays, little splashes of red. You have the same kind of taste as I do.
True. You know why I like black though? Because it's always easy to tell if it's dirty, scratched, dusty. It shows all the fingerprints, all the markings, so it doesn't
And it
hide
matches
anything.
everything. It goes with everything too. You can wear anything with black.
That too. Same with white, but white, especially for a guy, white's too easy to get
It's
dirty.
too dirty. Yeah, it's too much maintenance.
Nothing stays white for long. Isn't black all the colors? It reflects nothing.
No, that's
exactly. So when the light hits
white.
it,
That's white. White is all the colors. Black is no color.
yeah, black sucks all the light in. Once
Yeah.
it hits it, the light's going nowhere. It's not reflecting off.
White is the reflection of the spectrum of all colors, and black is the absence of light.
And then each color in between white and black, isn't that the color you see? Is because that's how the light's bouncing or something?
Yeah, that's the light spectrum.
I don't know. I haven't been in science class for years.
Well, they teach you that in art class too. It's the same
Black.
thing. That's where art and science actually meet. But white is supposedly all of them merged together in light spectrum. Black is where there is none at all. And then in between is the spectrum of the light. That's why rainbows, like that's what a rainbow is. But you know, Lego's not real world, so I get why they did it. It looks good, but it always just bothered me because I'm like, dude, I would show it to my African American friends. I'm like, dude, there's no such thing as a person who has no light, and they're like, yeah, you're right. It should be brown, but
But we also know what would happen if Lego didn't put that black minifigure and Everything Is Awesome set. They would have gotten an earful from someone somewhere.
Yeah, but that's why I asked my African American friends, like, would you be pissed? Like, no, we're representative of brown. So, but it's because people call African Americans black. That's why they had to put it in there. So,
Oh, exactly. There you go. Dustin nailed it. Something that is green is actually absorbing all colors, but green is reflected back. Or that light spectrum of green's reflected back.
it's just it's always been a controversial thing in the science and art community because that's where kind of both those communities meet, and they say like that's where they agree on like black isn't a color, white is all colors. Like it's weird, but it's interesting. And like I said, I get why Lego did it, but to be a pet peevist about it, it's off. Scientifically, it's not right.
Just ain't right. Pigments don't get that dark.
But anyways, I still need to buy 3 or 4 of that set. So before it retire, because it's got to retire soon. It's been around for so long. I've been meaning to get a bunch of them.
It's been a while soon. My original plan was I was going to do a bunch of like public art within the Lego city and use the monochrome figures in a way.
Yeah, that'd be dope, dude. That'd be cool. I mean, I'm just a sucker for monochrome figs.
There's that one company that sells a lot more colors than Lego does, and I think they still use Lego generic parts.
Yeah, I have one minifig that's all olive green, and it feels like real Lego, but I don't think it is real Lego.
Does it say Lego?
I don't know. I'd have to grab it.
It'd be nice if someone just erased like a torso or something.
But it's all.
Actually, that's what I did with this gold guy. This is just a Harry Potter minifigure. Just erased his torso.
Yeah, I need the same thing to mine because I have doubles, dude. I'm just gonna do that to one of mine.
I did the same thing with that Speed Champ Spike, that dark blue one that looks like the Harley a little bit.
Yep.
Like that wolf on the side. I just took an eraser to it and erased that wolf. So now it's just a mono-colored bike. Dude, this guy doesn't stick on there very good. He better not have fucking cracked legs already.
Give me 1 second. I got to turn the water on real quick. I got to mute for 1 second.
No worries. I gotta go find more get more heads for my minifigures. I have ran out. And I feel like I have a bunch on order, but same thing as Shai was saying, they just take forever to get here.
Dude, I find it funny too when people, like what you said, how you erased, you wanted the dark blue figs, or you erased things off of it, and people say that's illegal. It's like, no, it's not. They're just erasing artwork off of it. It's still Lego underneath it. There's nothing illegal about it. I do it all the time with the heart tiles because they don't make red heart tiles without the clock print, which you would think they would in the dots, but they don't. They make pink.
Like illegal, like build technique, or like illegal, like against the law illegal?
Oh, like like dumb Lego laws that people say is illegal, which I think is stupid.
No,
it's illegal. Like, get over yourself. Like, there was art on there. I erased it off. It's a print. It comes off.
Yeah, that's no different than Lego taking a blank shield and printing the logo on it. You can't say that's illegal. Or if it's a K-Town product or Bearded Bricks logo on there, right? Like, that's not illegal if you print something on it. So why is it illegal if you erase it off? Some people are so anal.
Yeah, when you put it in mocks, they're like, well, that doesn't officially exist in the Lego system. It's like, yes, they made it. I just erased the print off of it. It's Lego, you idiot. Like,
ain't that the truth? Yeah, I don't know why people get so nuts. And then out of all these illegal techniques, hasn't Lego used some illegal techniques in their own sets?
Oh, dude, yeah. They put stuff that like stands up in between studs. They've like in one of the haunted house sets, they did a grave that stood up and they put the next to like shield piece like standing up between studs. Like, that's technically illegal. So like, dude, look at the this new. I can't see. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just shoved between.
The new diorama Death Star, the Star Wars diorama coming out, has that round window. That round window is hanging in gravity with the T-bar pieces. It's not connected to anything. There's no studs connected. It's just sitting there, hovering with these T-bars holding it in. Like, that's technically illegal to these Lego nerds. So, but they made it in a set. It's like the focal point of the set. So, like, some people just get I get bothered when people are like that. Oh, that's not. It's like, come on, it's Lego. Do whatever the fuck you want. Like,
well, exactly. Especially if you use it like in the sense as a medium for artwork. So, like, then are you saying when I use a pencil and then smudge it with my finger, all of a sudden that's illegal because I'm not using the pencil? No, it's artwork. Use it however it works.
Yeah.
It was asked actually. I think Richie was asking, how do you like the dioramas?
Well,
what are your thoughts on the Lego dioramas?
Well,
I'm
general.
assuming you mean the Star Wars ones.
Because I love Lego dioramas. I mean, you see, I mock little dioramas. I love that style. But the new ones, I like the new ones. But it's they're my favorite actually. Diorama sets and like the small architecture micro scale sets are my favorite, to be honest. Doesn't mean I don't like other. Like, I love a good play set. But I like those little detailed, smooth. I like those little detailed, smooth sets. Like, I don't know. I just like that.
They look good, and if you're into collecting, like nostalgia factor, you've seen the movie, the scene has that emotional connection for you. Cool, but for me, shelf piece. I'll stare at it a couple times, just like all this, but at least these ones kind of have a little bit more, again, that nostalgia factor for me.
With me, with the Lego system, the beauty of it is do what you want, do what makes you happy. I could give two shits, like if you like it, do you, like, I don't do whatever you want. Like, that's just how I am. So
I even think, like, if you build a massive piece of artwork, like one of those sculptures, whether it's the Spider-Man or whatever, and you're taking it to conventions, and his arm's going to probably fall off, or it's going to be a catastrophic, failure by the time you get to the convention, and you glue it together, who cares? I'm not going to be choked that you glued it together. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have used the Krego, but if that's a sculpture and it's meant to stay together and you don't ever want to take it apart, obviously, for the pieces, glue it together. Who cares? It's going to look good all the time. You're not going to be stressing, moving it around show to show. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't do you, dude. If it's what you want to do it. Like,
Exactly. It's like when you white. You're supposed to be going front to back, but if you want to go back to front, it's up to you. It's up to you. No one's
like sometimes the custom minifigs I get too. Like here, let me grab one. I'll show you exactly. Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, that was a piss poor example. Back to front to back. I don't even know where that came from. That example didn't even fit because there's only one way to go. There's only one way it works.
Like, here's a good example. And these were the Rebel version. These were just in the Mandalorian show. This, though, is the Star Wars Rebels version of what was in Mandalorian.
Okay.
They cut the tops off. This is how I bought it. It came with because the character has these rangefinders with the top cut off. So the company cut the tops off the Lego rangefinder part. And I don't give a shit. This is how I bought it. It fits the character. That's how they look. Like, they could have sanded it off. They could have sanded it off a little better, in my opinion. But
rounded it, yeah.
But
other than a hardcore Lego fanatic, most people, unless you're hardcore, aren't going to know that that's a modified piece, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, half the people won't know, but because it came from a custom, that's all printed on Lego. But
when Lego did it, it was a tile. But it's funny how it was illegal, but when Lego did it, no, it's not illegal. So it's like they say a plate's illegal, but when Lego does this, then all of a sudden it's going to be okay.
But that's what I mean. That's why the whole thing with people thinking things are illegal and not illegal is bullshit. Because Lego designers, when they want to do it to make it fit the aesthetic look they want, they do it. So the fans have made up this bullshit of illegal and not illegal. It's fan bullshit. It's not because the company itself doesn't follow those rules. So it's bullshit, dude. Like, do whatever you want.
It's only illegal as if you don't get to sleep in your own bed against your will, and or you have to pay a whole bunch of money. That's what makes it illegal. If those two things don't apply, you're good to go. You're good to go.
Dude, the company itself, like, where did the fans come up with these rules? That's where it's like, get over themselves. Like, who made up these rules? There are no rules because Lego doesn't even follow the rules. There's
no doubt.
It's like, who the fuck? Like, these people, and you go into chats and people, that's illegal. How so? Lego does it. They don't give a shit. Like, and they're the company that you're following that you like. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. And then who was the first jabroni as a fan who said, hey, that's illegal? And then all the other fans got in line behind that first jabroni. It's like you got jabroni and then you got a bunch of Rudy Poos who are supporting the jabroni, and how they all come to agree. It's like, yeah, this one guy said it's illegal, so it must be.
Dusty, I worked there long before Tiago worked there, way before him, and they were doing whatever the fuck they want, dude. Whatever looks good, they're gonna do. That's it. Like, and as long as it's sturdy, as long as it doesn't like fall off and it sticks into place, they're gonna do it and release it as a set.
Well, if we're gonna use the definition of it, stresses parts over time. I mean, I got a 1x1 round brown tile on a 1x1 plate, and it cracked and fell apart over time. So does that mean that this stressed the Lego brick over time, caused it to crack, and therefore is an illegal technique? Or if this does not stress the brick over time and it does not crack, it is a legal technique? Because anything with brown is going to be illegal then.
Dude, the bottom line is I just gave 7 examples of how Lego breaks the rules, supposedly these rules that fans have made. So Lego doesn't give a shit. It's the fans who have made these rules, and it's kind of stupid in my opinion. But hey, it's your own. If people want to live that way, do it. I don't care. Like, but it's not. these rules are imaginary, is what I'm saying. Like it's not. They're
Yeah,
not.
they are. I'm a big fan of this plate on plate action too, because it also offsets your studs, so it could be useful in a varietal. That's right, a varietal of ways.
Just like Macro said, they break the rules whenever the hell they want because there are no rules.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. And I've had just brown sitting there on top of our stud, nothing illegal about it, and it still is stressing the brick and it still cracks. So I don't even know if that's like a legit. That's where it started. Illegal techniques are ones that stress the parts over time and it hurts the Legos. But anything hurts brown.
yeah, I mean brown is hurt to begin with because the polymers in the color dye they use for brown and reddish brown and dark red scientifically never will connect with the plastic. It's always going to be brittle because they can't. That certain PMS dye, Pantone color they use, it just scientifically doesn't. Whatever dyes that in polymers they have to put in that color to make that color, you're never going to perfect it. So it just can't be done physically. So.
Or what about when the minifigure torso cracks on the minifigure legs? Does that mean the torso on the legs is an illegal build technique?
Yeah, that usually happens from sun, though. People put them in the sun too long. But it will happen with reddish brown and all that. But
I've even had a lot of bricks on my detective's office crack when I went to go rebuild it from mirror build back to regular. And the only thing I could come up with is it's in my basement the whole time. But my basement has this thing in the spring and fall where it's warm enough outside that the furnace doesn't kick in. But then obviously all the cold air comes into the basement. So the basement will be like 13 degrees. The rest of the house will be like 22. So my basement will be either like 23 degrees or 13 degrees. And that's the only reason why I can come up with why my Lego cracks.
But I personally, though, like it's kind of is part of this conversation, but it's not. Like when I build something, like I was saying earlier, when people design digital, some people don't take gravity into account. And in design school, you're taught form and function, and you're never supposed to sacrifice form for function. So, for example, like when I designed that Star Wars UCS style, like Tatooine hut, I did a video where I shook it like crazy. I picked it up and I shook it violently. Nothing fell off. So I was like, all right, that passes my test personally as a mock builder. It's cool. Nothing fell off. Everything snapped together. But some people build in digital and you could blow it right over because there was no gravity involved. So some people consider that illegal as well. Like it just depends on the person. Like with mocks, I always just shake the hell out of it. And if things stick down and they're not moving, it's cool in my book. But it's different for everybody, you know? So but that's why in ideas, when idea sets get approved, some of them change because those designers do the same thing. They want to make sure it's solid, that someone shaking it or a kid bumping it is not going to knock the thing down like a house of cards.
Yeah, and that's fair. I get that part because then you're just going to have a product that people are pissed off about.
Yeah. So it's like, it's a fine line, but to me, there's so many different aspects of that debate that it's like, it's just do whatever the hell you want. But when it comes to marketing it, that's why the Lego designers change half the idea sets because whoever built it, there was weak points in the set and they have to change it because they didn't follow form and function. But that's the thing.
Exactly.
Like, in design school, they harp on that, dude. Because you'll do something, you're like, this looks so rad. And they'll tell you, like, yeah, but you're thinking form only. You're not thinking function. This has to live in the real world. And your teacher will just bash on you about it. But
you can't have a bridge that looks cool. You know, you got a bridge that's like a piece of public artwork. It's got a function, marvelous, but yet a semi can't drive across it because it can't hold the weight.
Yeah.
Or something.
With architecture, that's very important, dude. That's where engineering comes in. So you see what I'm saying. It's like there's gray areas to it, and it's just personal opinion. I just think that people in the Lego community have gotten too crazy about it, that there's this Bible of rules that you can't, like, that are illegal and not illegal that really don't exist.
Well, same with life, though. The rules has situations that, you have to follow the rule. You best not, you best not break that rule, or else, like you say, the whole mock's going to come falling down. But there's rules that maybe you can get around, or maybe don't necessarily have to apply to every situation, right?
Because
So
like that Star Wars diorama mock of the Death Star that has the floating window, you can still shake that set, and that window is not coming out because the T-bars are holding it in. But there's no stud connections; it's not connected by any studs. So some people consider that illegal. You know, it is what it is.
Is it illegal or is it innovative? I'm on the fence with that one.
That's what I mean. It's like you can't like, who made these rules up? You know, because Lego didn't make them up, obviously. So it's such a gray area debate. It's a good conversation. It's just it goes either way. You know, it just depends what you want.
We could use Dusty. We could use brown for some brick bending. That one's pretty solid.
Speaking of illegal, this thing's illegal, but I love this thing. This is not made by Lego. I got it in like FYE like a long time ago. But this thing's so rad, dude. It's got like molded innards of a minifig.
That's cool.
Yeah, the arms
light up.
No, there's no lights, but it's like a minifig with like the internal organs inside half of it, and they're like vacuum formed. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is that like off-brand? Who made that?
Yeah, it's some off-brand. I got it in FYE. It was next to like where the pops are. But this thing was around before brickheads were around, because the company called it a brickhead. So it was before Lego trademarked brickheads. That's how old this thing is. Like, I bought it in FYE before pops were even around. But the section of FYE where you see pops, that's where I found it. Like a bunch of books. It's pretty rad though, dude. Like, as a Lego fan, I bought it. But it was funny. The box said brickhead, X-ray brickhead when I got it. And it was before.
Had I seen those, I would have bought them. Now that company should go after Lego for stealing their name.
Yeah. They didn't use a Z though. It was just brickhead. It was just like brickhead. So, but it's funny. Dude, like, would you not buy this if you saw it in the store? I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'd buy that, especially if they had different versions for different like exoskeletons. This one actually bent; it didn't snap. I'm impressed, but it still falls apart pretty quick. Well, I guess if Amber Lai is going to bed, I should probably get a couple hours sleep just in case Dad streams on. Brick scene's going live. I'm going to be able to get up and catch some of that. And I'd like to keep my sleep schedule on par somewhat. I mean, if all these great peeps were going live, I just wouldn't go to bed. But if one or two of them, then I might have to catch some sleep and get up in the morning so the work schedule timing doesn't get screwed up for next week.
I hope Rashid's going live tonight. I don't know if he is, but I hope he is.
Me too. Andor, preferably but Andor the dad stream.
Yeah, that too. The dad stream as well, dude. Yeah, it's been like a few weeks since that's been on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am stoked that I gotta sit down with a coffee tomorrow morning to watch Good Morning Brick World. I don't have to be half listening from work. I can actually enjoy it. It's been a while since I caught their show, like 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, we needed that. No.
I mean, yeah, I'm used to catching the dad stream into Good Morning Brick World, and it hasn't. Some days have been thrown off lately.
A little bit, but I get it, man. Everyone's got a lot of stuff going on in life. I mean, look at my content. It was decent, and then it just fell right off. I haven't done crap other than 2 shorts for like 2 months. Hopefully that changes here soon. I got a haul order. I got a medieval layout to do. I got a city update coming. So there's more coming. Just this damn work thing. Cheers, Dusty, Contra. Sidious, thanks for hanging out, man. It's fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me, dude. As always, thanks for having me. Castle talk was always fun.
It's always fun. Definitely wouldn't say it's a terrible stream. we had a great turnout. We had good laughs. We had good combos.
Yeah, it was cool. I haven't been on the stream with Shy in a while too, so it was cool that he popped in.
True that. I haven't been on stream with Shy for a while. Mikey for a long time. I think only one other time with Mikey, and I've never been on a stream with Richard Bearded Bricks always just in the chat back and forth. So it was nice on all three fronts.
Yeah. I've never been on with Mikey either. I'm good friends with Mikey, and I'm in his chats all the time, but I've never been on stream with him either. Like Richard, I pop in there all the time on his. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good stream.
True that. Well, I also got to thank chat. You know, that's what we're here for. Hopefully everyone had fun, took something away. If not, seen some cool builds. Johnny, Contra, Dusty, much appreciated. Amber Lad just went and tucked herself in. She's got some work to do tomorrow morning, so I see that. Ozzy Adam.
She's on the show tomorrow, so she got Good Morning Brickworld going on.
Yeah, I felt bad. I've done that before where she hung out, and all of a sudden she's like, "Oh man, it's 1 o'clock." I was like, "Oh shit."
Well, yeah, but usually, dude, like I said, you and I do this, and then we go into Brick Scene, and then we go into the dad stream, and then we go into Good Morning Brickworld. So it's a little break for us as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. But thanks everyone. We'll catch up with you all soon.
Bye.
Peace out.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward.